programs like this every month, because we need to be reminded. We as citizens need to be reminded of our rights, because as we speak today, as we speak now, or tomorrow, someone's intellectual property is compromised. That should be their number one priority. Is it like have you protected your craft, because it's dear to you, so that's how much you should love it. You don't want to be so desperate that you hand over all your rights to somebody, and at the end of the day you can't claim your music. Before you know it, someone's telling you such nayenga toina namanyi, like wida busungu, because someone walked away, you compromised it. So yagala ekintu kyo, you're in the right place, start from here. Because if I'm to tell you the story of how it all began, many would have given up if they were in my shoes. It all started when I would get on a border for this, and I didn't care how much I would have to spend to go to a studio. I just loved to be in studio. I didn't care whether I wasn't earning much or earning a penny from anything, but I just did it for the love, and I didn't care if somebody said, "Tochi Sobola, you can't do it." I just kept going. Like there was something in me that I could not stop, that I could not alter. Every time it's music, I'm there, giving my whole, not caring whether. So that's how it all began, till today, where I'm earning from something that started so humbly. I usually love the production most than the performance, because production is where where you get I get the opportunity to put whatever I need to put. Production is like I'm cooking my favorite meal. So that's my favorite place in the studio. For now, I'm learning something. But I usually, for example, when I get into studio, I feel stuff come to my ears. So I'm always like aiding the producer. This is where I want to go. I want this kind of idea. Put this in here. I feel this should be here. So it's all about me. And I exert it in my music.
With World Intellectual Property Day, this is a global celebration every year on 26th actually of April. But usually when the 26th falls on weekends, we do it during the weekday. There are so many series of celebrations, and it comes with a specific theme. This was created by the World Intellectual Property Organization in 2000. We are now celebrating actually 25 years of the celebration of intellectual property, World Intellectual Property Day. And this year, it is focused on intellectual property and the music. And it's mainly about hearing that heartbeat or the beat in the intellectual property. In other words, the music in the intellectual property. Intellectual property is broad, but we have picked out the music. How are we protecting intellectual property as far as music is concerned, musical works? So Uganda is a member of the World Intellectual Property Organization. So here we join the rest of the world to celebrate intellectual property. We'll be having a series of events, musical engagements. Tomorrow we'll be hosting a number of stakeholders at our auditorium at Uganda Business Facilitation Center. And so we'll be hosting stakeholders on what is it that we can do better to make sure that you benefit from your musical works. Is it the law? Is it the institutional setup? Is it what? So these are the conversations, and there's a lot that has been done by Uganda.
Hello Uganda. Join us as we mark the World Intellectual Property Day on Friday 25th April 2025 at the Uganda Business Facilitation Center, Kololo, starting at 8 a.m. The celebrations will be held under the theme IP and Music, Feel the Beat of IP. This year's celebrations focus on how IP rights and innovation policies empower creators, songwriters, composers, performers, and all those who shape the music that moves us. Join the commemoration and feel the beat of IP.
yourself, your confidence and the way you wear. There's something in the way you move, like a feather gliding through the air. I know you think I got this from a book. Oh no, I believe you were sent from heaven above. My Ugandan girl, Ugandan girl. My Ugandan girl, Ugandan girl. My Ugandan girl, Ugandan girl. My Ugandan girl, Ugandan girl.
So as we are gathering and making ourselves comfortable, the UBFC, I'm also going to ask us to just make it a bit more comfortable for others that will be joining. If you can just occupy the middle seats so that those that will be coming in can just come through the sides as well, if you can move as well. But please be comfortable as well where you are. All right, so our chief guest is on his way, and he'll be here in about 2 minutes. I'm going to request all of us to just gather in your seats as we get ready to receive our guests. And I just want to mention that although it's not on the program, when our guests come, we'll stand up to receive them and start with the anthems while we are standing, and then get into the rest of our program.
Lambula.
Uganda.
Talking about the 90s, 80s, or 70s. I'm talking about the years of Kitu, Masaba, and Chipili. We used to play drum. Zina, Zina. And by the way, not only drums. We also had the trumpets. Amakondere. But now, here we come. Our grandkids, our grandchildren don't know the things. We are covering up these stories. We are changing these stories. Like, we are keeping quiet. Why the silence? Like, why the silence? Why? Akasirikiriro yekati. Akasirikiriro. Akasirikiriro yekati. Akasirikiriro. Abange bwabadde kirunga ne base. Ne mama w'abaana nga naye base. Omwana akaaba. Akasirikiriro. Edda bajjajja baffe bakubanga embutu. Naye kati akasirikiriro kangi. Akasirikiriro ko kasuse. Kana akasirikiriro tukakoye. Akasirikiriro yekati. Akasirikiriro. Akasirikiriro. Akasirikiriro yekati. Akasirikiriro. Akasirikiriro.
that's what I've been trying to do. You can tell someone. So again, I will request to those that can move into the seats that are closer, to just allow room for people to come and sit at the side. So I'm going to request that we rise onto our feet once our guests walk through the door. And like I mentioned, when we start, we will start while standing with the national anthems, the Uganda national anthem and the East Africa community anthem.
Sikiriza kuba kuba mutima, sikiriza ebalu ampandise ama amazika katonya tonya tonya ekalamu kulupapula wakulukulu sosi wansi w'omuyembe neguba okubeera kawuwuli esaawa z'omaze ngonetegereza zikiriza 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 zikiriza.
All right. Let's rise to our feet and welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, Chairman, Board of the Directors, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, right, Honorable Ambassador Francis Putagira, our Registrar General, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and we have members of Parliament as well present with us, our board members as well present with us. Thank you so much for coming. Let's all remain standing as we sing the national anthem for Uganda and East Africa. I'll request Allen Asima to come and give us an opening prayer.
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we dedicate today the World IP Day 2025 into your hands. We ask, O Lord, that you come and fill this place with your presence. We ask, O Lord, that you help us to be creative and innovative for the development of our country, Uganda. In Jesus' name, we believe by faith and receive and trust and pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. You may have your seats. And once again, you are welcome to the Uganda Business Facilitation Center, where Uganda Registration Services Bureau is hosting you for the World Intellectual Property Day celebrations. Chief guest, you are welcome, Honorable Norbert Mao. Amongst us are various dignitaries, stakeholders in the creative industry. We have policymakers present. We have members of parliament present as well. We have those representing ministries, departments, and agencies such as Uganda Communications Commission present. NITA-U as well is present. The Presidential CEO Forum as well is represented here, and many others. But most importantly, we have those that have enabled us to always feel the beat, even to this day. The musicians, the creatives, the filmmakers, the authors, the writers, the visual artists, and these are the people that we truly celebrate today. So let's give a round of applause for the creatives. My name is Mark Tugume, a senior officer. My performance today will determine how my appraisal goes later on in the financial year, and I hope it will go well. But one of the things, Honorable Minister, that we were considering when we're preparing for the World IP Day celebrations, usually when we call people for government workshops and conferences, they expect some of the simple setup and the backdrop banners and a few microphones here and there. But we thought, no, we are celebrating creatives. Why not bring Lugogo cricket over here? And you have the Chivulu here, and you enjoy yourselves. So a round of applause as well to the organizing team and the URSB staff that has put this together. We want you to have the feel and want to let the word out that we are competing officially with the Cricket Oval. Emma Carlos. Yes. Yes. But thank you so much. And if we can all be honest, I don't know if any of you has in your life is like a movie trailer, mine. And I don't know if there's been a moment where you have not thought about music. At any moment. It could be sad moments, funerals, it could be the happy moments you are celebrating. It could be that moment where you are trying to gather the courage to approach your crush and write a note and say Zoom to, dedicate. Some of you remember the lyrics, but you also remember the heartbreak as well. So I have failed to remember a moment where music was not a part of my life. But we also know that music has also enabled us even answer very important questions. Questions of national and serious importance. Questions like, Oli mujawa musaja nsinga. That is a question of national importance. Serious national importance. But we know copyright is not all about music. We know that it involves so much, but yet it is difficult to find a corner of life that is not touched by a tune, by a beat. And that is why we have this theme. Politics, tribes, backgrounds, they all fade when the beat drops. Frankly, I would be suspicious of someone who said they do not like music. Because, even as Christians believe, at one time, even the devil led the heavenly choir at some point. So music, really. If you say you don't like music, I don't understand you. So once again, right now, let's give ourselves a beat break. Picture every melody, every riff, every tune, every beat that moved you. That spark came from a creator's mind, the creators that are here. And copyright is our promise to keep that spark alive. On this World IP Day, let's feel the beat and make sure the world does not miss a single note. So one more time, let's appreciate the creatives in the room and those watching online. We celebrate you today. And we are going to get right into the program with our remarks. And I'll invite, she's not only the Registrar General, she's our team leader, the CEO of this place, the engine that keeps this place running as well. I know many times she thinks it is us, but we also look at her as the engine as well, because everything falls and rises on leadership. But not only that, she is a published author. Upcoming, Emma Carlos, you are behind news. She already came up. She's no longer upcoming. She already came up. She's a creative herself. She's a musician herself, and she's very passionate about music. And she's a leading expert as well in intellectual property in Uganda. So let's welcome the Registrar General, Ms. Mercy Kenowisho, to deliver her remarks.
Our MC, you have earned your good appraisal this morning. Wow, what a beautiful day. Looking around the room, Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, the board chair of URSB, the Right Honorable Ambassador Professor His Excellency Francis Butajira, the chair of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, our leader, our supporter, Honorable Baka. I recognize our other MPs, Honorable Chiaga, Dr. Hildeman, one of the best in terms of the creatives and influencers in terms of the legal reform, and other MPs that are on the way. I recognize the presidential advisor, Mr. Eddie Kenzo, who is joining us shortly. I recognize the members of the Board of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, my bosses. I recognize the CEOs of the government ministries, departments, and agencies. are here and the CEOs of the private sector. My sister Irene Birunji, thank you for coming. I recognize all key players in the industry in their protocol, from the legends like Jaja Wawayimbi, Mr. Ragadi, I salute you. That song, Kankukube Mpeta, Ebienda Bietokote, we have a lot of memories. Indeed, the hearts beat. And other legends that I may have not seen. The leaders of collecting management societies, I see you, I recognize you. The leaders in the professional sector, Professor Kakoza, there's so much more that is represented here, and pardon me if I don't mention the protocols. I know the MC will continue to recognize you. Fellow artists, creators, performers, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning. It's a beautiful morning. Indeed, we had planned big. We thought we'd host you in Kololo airstrip at the Independence Gardens, right? Grounds, yeah, grounds. But we said, let's keep and save the best for maybe when we finish the legal reform. But I'm glad that you are here with us to celebrate with us. Indeed, I know Emma Carlos, who has been my manager in terms of the music industry. I fire him every day because I've been an upcoming artist for long. I remember I even hit the studios of Silva Chagulanyi. I see coming, my friend. So, you know the song we recorded, Tukutendereza? But in a fine tune in his beautiful studios in Itinda. So I've been promising myself to go back. But having hired Mr. Emma Carlos and failed to deliver, I'm thinking of reviewing his contract, since my lawyers, Madame Carol Egesa and Patience Buichira, are here. They will advise me hereafter. Today, Uganda proudly joins 193 member states of the World Intellectual Property Organization to celebrate the World Intellectual Property Day 2025. This year, it is so special, it is so close because the theme is intellectual property and music, feeling the beat in the intellectual property world. It's such a powerful theme. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that music beats to our souls, to our talents, and makes us so lively in many, or if not all, aspects. Yesterday, I was privileged to appear at the KFM, to the radio station, to discuss what music really means to Ugandans and how we can enhance the artists in terms of commercial benefits and using music as a wealth creation tool. Indeed, it was a very good discussion, Honorable Minister, and this morning KFM was still discussing the same topic on how music, especially within the intellectual property aspect, can be a tool for wealth creation. Uganda Registration Services Bureau has done a lot with the assistance of our ministry in terms of the institutional coordination. We have so many key players from different ministries, departments, and agencies in terms of the legal reforms, technological reforms. And I take this opportunity to appreciate the team from URSB. Please stand up for recognition, my colleagues. These are the brains. Actually, these are the beats of URSB, the heartbeats of URSB. Thank you, colleagues. You look amazing in white. As we celebrate intellectual property today, we are proud on this planet Earth. It changes the mindset. It protects the hearts. And we do celebrate all the artists. And as we celebrate them today, we want them to earn from their rewards, to earn from their sweat, to get rewards for their sweat. I recognize the senior artist, Mr. Nyanzi. I salute you. Please, with the honor, please stand up for recognition. This is a man who has been consistent with his artistic works. We recognize you and we celebrate you in your capacity. This day is about honoring each and every person, every composer, every creator, every producer, every performer, as we continue to shape our cultures and give our deepest voices and expressions. So as we stand here today, we stand to testify that we see you as the artists, as the stakeholders. We hear you a lot in our rooms, in our dinings, on our way, on our borders, in our taxis. We hear you through your voices. And as Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we are here to protect you. Maybe a legal background on the protection of copyright. The journey goes back to 1964 when we had the first Copyright Act. And this was a replica of the United Kingdom Copyright Law of 1957. And later, we see in 2006, a Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act that brought on board a lot of reforms, including the collecting management societies, the registration of works as an option for evidential purposes, among many things. And soon, we shall be celebrating the third chapter of our copyright reforms, because the cabinet did approve, the Honorable Minister did a lot of work, and we do appreciate you. And this tool is going to bring money to the pockets of the artists sooner. I must commit that even when the current law has been providing for commercialization, this new upcoming law is bigger, better, and will make things easier for us to commercialize our works. Allow me to borrow the words of the Honorable Minister of Finance to say that, colleagues, money is coming. Money is coming. Honorable Minister, our records show that we have 805 registrations with regard to copyright, having traced the first registration in 2008 after the new law came into place. But I believe that we can do better than this. The applications, surprisingly, are 1,700. So there's a gap between the registration, the application, and the registration. Under the leadership of the Board of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the Ministry of Justice, the support from the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, where many of the CMOs have two main duties: to collect monies of the members. Some people make noise yet they are not members. To collect money of the members, like a pipe, remove its administrative costs, and then channel the money to the owners. That is the only work of CMOs. Collect the money of members, use a part of it for administrative matters, and there's a percentage to that effect so that it's not misused. Then give people what they should be getting. So we are not yet there. We are looking at a time when collecting money, CMOs will be giving money to the owners. So we've done a lot of reforms in terms of strengthening transparency, governance, among many matters. And we have hosted so many meetings here. And you artists, this is a Government of Uganda building. It's not a rented building. You can come and host your meetings here for free. It's a government infrastructure. Come and host your meetings here. You may support your hotels or not, but if you don't have to meet all the costs and you have no budget, please come here. We will host you. You just have to formalize, right? And we book the room. You sit here, enjoy the resources, your property. This is a Government of Uganda property. As we continue to reform the laws and improve the commercialization, we've done a lot in empowering the young people. We recently launched the Uganda Intellectual Property for the Youth campaign, and this is to cater for the 78% of the population of Ugandans that are below 35 years. We've gone to schools, we have attended to many schools here for benchmarking, for study purposes, because the curriculum of this nation has changed. So as we also to continue to empower the young people, we are soon launching the Business and Innovation Hub that is for creatives, for business people, for young people and the old to come and utilize to generate their works. And we have worked so well with universities, research and development institutions, the young people in the Juakalis, and many others. So what are we saying as URSB as I move to conclusion? What are we doing for the creatives, especially the artists that are here? To every artist and creative in Uganda, here are your practical steps. One is that know that the current and the upcoming law does provide for the whole infrastructure for your economic rights and moral rights, because it's one thing to have your moral rights, but the economic rights to gain from your works. You are encouraged to register your works. We are focusing on music and related contracts. You've signed contracts with many players and they have taken your rights. We have been here guiding you. We continue to guide you. Register your brands, your logos, your stage names. I see CJ Champion here and many others. Register your brand names that take you to the stage. Dr. Hilderman, all those. These are brand names. These are names that if you protected them, nobody can use them. So you register your stage names, your logos, and your signature styles. Engage with collective management societies. We've moved from a season of fighting and blaming one another and trying to put, if you do not pay or put a return of of investment, then our artists may never create. A call to action. We have made many promises and we have delivered in terms of the legal, institutional, administrative infrastructure. We have put in place a good ecosystem where creatives do not lag behind, indeed, compared to many societies. And we have tried to fight piracy using our enforcement unit that is manned by 6 police men and women and URSB staff. We have resolved disputes between the creative artists, and we continue to work together to make sure that you benefit. So as we celebrate music today, as we celebrate the artists today, I would like to state that you are visible as artists, and I already mentioned this. Don't feel that you're not visible. Your talent is indeed recognized. We treasure you as you continue to take out more works on products of your labor. Your creativity is your capital, your economic capital, and let no one ever diminish your worth. We cannot allow anyone to steal your voices as we celebrate music today. And the World Intellectual Property Day, as per the theme, feeling the beat of intellectual property, is an opportunity for us here in the half-day meeting to have discussions for growth, for protection, and uplifting one another for the purpose that we are meant to deliver. URSB stands with you, Uganda stands with you, and the world is listening. The world is listening and remembered. I thank you very much, and I wish you a happy World Intellectual Property Day. Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I take the honor to invite a great leader, a leader that has served as a Speaker of Parliament, a leader that has served as an ambassador of Uganda to many nations, including the UN, a leader that is a professor of law and specifically in intellectual property, a leader who is a canon of the church, His Excellency, Right Honorable Ambassador, Professor, Canon Francis Butagira, to mention but a few. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Registrar General, for those accolades. Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Norbert Mao, the Chairman of Legal and Parliamentary Committees here, honorable members of Parliament who are here, the board members, they are here, and distinguished stakeholders in this gathering. Welcome to our beautiful home. I would like to mention one or two things, but the Registrar General has given a very good presentation on the importance of music. I do not want to spoil her presentation, but to endorse it and move on. But there is one aspect she didn't touch on, the role of music in politics. I remember when I was a member of Parliament, or in fact, National Consultative Council, there used to be a young man who would come to our rally and sing very well. I don't know whether Mr. Wanjezi is here. Ndere. Is Ndere here? Nobody from Ndere.
Workshop. It is really not a seminar, despite this setting. It is an occasion for sharing. We have many delegations. Mr. Chairman of the committee that is going to process this bill on copyright, I want to thank you very much for coming, because with you here, the whole Parliament is here. You have had the chance to meet the board chair. You have met the board members who are represented. You have met some of the senior staff. And you have also rubbed shoulders with the creatives who are here. The truth of the matter is that many of us listen to music, we watch movies, we read books, we appreciate paintings, but we actually do not know the process. Why are we supposed to pay the creatives? Where is the value? Actually, some of you, when you are buying a painting, let's say a painting by Noah Nyanzi, you will even start saying, just this piece of cloth, which I can also buy. Okay, you buy it. People talk about value addition, but value addition is stringing those words together and then setting it to music, like our national anthem. All the words of Uganda's national anthem, we know them. All the words of the Buganda national anthem, the Chitibwa cha Buganda, we know them. Who does not know the meaning of Twesi Mienyo? But to arrange it, put the stanzas and the chorus and set it to music, that is the real value addition. Okay, let me give you the simplest example. We all have, at least most of us have hair. But for the ladies who go to the salon, why do you go there? Because the expertise of arranging your hair in such a way that it is pleasing to the eye of those who are looking at you is a skill. And you take your money every time you go there. A lot of it. I'm told this Rastafarian hair is very expensive to maintain. My son told me because one day he showed up with it. We had a little quarrel, but eventually I surrendered. I realized that maybe I was outdated. So, if you went to the salon, somebody will touch your hair and then put a ribbon. And then you look in the mirror and it is very expensive. Then somebody will say, how much? 100,000. No, I'm not paying 100,000. The fellow will untangle your hair and say, you take the ribbon, it is free. So you are actually paying for that skill. We need to understand where the value is, which sometimes many people do not appreciate. When I was running for president the last time, I organized the competition for poster design. Over 1,000 submissions were made, designing my poster. One day I will exhibit them. They were very interesting. I'll do an exhibition. 1,000 posters were designed. Now, I am the candidate, but I could not even choose which is the best. I now had to ask experts, graphic designers, to come and choose the top 100, then the top 10, then the top 3 eventually. And the one that eventually I used was the one which was the winning thing. The purpose of our gathering here is to celebrate talent. We actually don't know the source of creativity. People say it is God. Because sometimes, I understand you musicians, musisimuka kusawa mukaga oba kumi ezekiro. You just erupt and get a pen and start writing. So where is the source? What brings that music? You will tell us today. We really need to know how you create. This morning, in preparing to come here, I went on YouTube. I wish I had sent it earlier. You know that countdown of BBC before the news? I don't know whether those people there have YouTube. You people with your gadgets, are you on YouTube? Are you online? Are you able to play that BBC countdown? It is only 1 minute, but it is a full studio of musical instruments. I wish they could show it, and then you realize why you must pay. Because some of you just say, Echo nacho. Okay, you do it. Every time we go for weddings, certain songs are played. When food is about to be served, then you hear the songs of Enya. When Enya is playing, then you know food is about to be served. Da-na-na-na-na, la-la-la-la, na-na-na-na-na. Then you say, yeah, food is about to come. Because music sets the mood. Music, books, art and painting, architecture, sculpture, fashion, drama, film, all those create cultural connection. You find musicians can, I hope we demonstrate it here, maybe musicians who have never met, and in 3 minutes they will be able to make music together. It is like those who sang We Are the World. They connected. One time when the war in the north of Uganda was so intense, some of you here organized the concert. It was called 300 kilometers away. Basically, you are telling Ugandans that that place we call Northern Uganda is only 300 kilometers away. But do we really care about them? Or for us? Because here in the south of the country, everybody was saying, Kastatweva Kakutulo. But there were those who were not sleeping 300 kilometers away, that now we have peace. And the musicians had to wake us up. Then you have sculpture. Some of the most famous are those of Michelangelo, like that of the Virgin Mary carrying the dead body of Jesus, called the Pieta, I think. Then the painting, The Last Supper. Do you know how much you have to pay to go and look at that for 5 minutes? You pay 40 euros just to go and look at. But if Noah Nyanzi said, pay to come and look at my paintings, I'm going to go to the internet. But it is not the same. Going to internet is not the same as going to a proper studio. But more importantly, these things are about emotional expression. Why do you pay to go and look at the Kasubi tombs? The beautiful architecture. I was one of those who was very upset when the old State House was knocked down by the Chinese to build that. It's really not a beautiful building. The State House in Tebe is not a beautiful building. It is some commonplace shopping mall. It looks like a mall. It is, and I sit there every week. That's the way it is. It looks like a Kamwesi. It looks like it looks like Forest Mall. It looks, the old State House had a history. Because when a building has a history, like that Bulange. So I hope those who are architects here, you can give us a sense of the things we call iconic buildings in Uganda. Where are the iconic buildings? Like the Baha'i Temple, that's an iconic building. There we have Namirembe Cathedral, that's an iconic building. Rubaga Cathedral, that's an iconic building. You can add to the list. We need to preserve the houses. I would love, for instance, for Uganda to go and look for the house where the king of Buganda, who was exiled, where he lived. I would want us to go and buy it and put a plaque. The way the British have preserved the home of Shakespeare, they have preserved the homes of their great explorers. Here, graves are defiled daily by land dealers. The other day, they just moved the dead body of Benedicto Kiwanuka's wife, and they took it, moneylenders. So, this day is about not only giving you money by recognizing your artistic contribution, but is also preserving something which is for us. Every culture has those songs that are almost universally recognized. I keep monitoring how the prisons band, the police band, and the UPDF band keep stealing your music and they turn it into marching songs. We need to list them. Do they pay you? I think they pick from all over the world. The other day I had them playing KwaZulu e Natale, and we were all marching away. Then they get songs of Chameleon, they get songs of all these people. And then, you are also tourist attractions, by the way, in case you didn't know. I would want to take tourists to visit Noah Nyanzi's studio. Say, today we are going to visit to see Noah Nyanzi at work. So we take tourists, a few, and we see the process he goes through. Because that creative process is critical. Mine is not music or any other thing. I'm a calligrapher. Yes, I do calligraphy. I used to be paid for writing cards, invitation cards, because of good handwriting. And let me also disclose that when I was in secondary school, I was the official love letter writer for in my dormitory and the neighboring dormitories. When we have had a social event and the gentlemen want to write the kind of letters that can play the strings of the girl's heart, they come to me. And now, you know, my father never used to visit me. So I started a consultancy. So they would give me biscuits and groundnuts and a few things. Then I sit down and say, I ask the client, how do you want her to feel? You want her to feel yodo yodo. Then you start. It has been 3 days and I haven't slept a wink. As I walk, I'm knocking walls because I'm only seeing you. You know those letters. I should continue. No, I must be paid. Mercy has said we have to be paid. So from today we must be paid. Yes, money is coming. So I would really make the letters slip on the paper. Of course, you need special pens and so on. And up to now, I do it. For instance, when we were wedding, I'm the one who wrote the cards. Now, each card, the professional calligraphers charge 2,000 shillings per card to write your name, because it is also a skill. But also, writing is also an art form, articles and books. But you need to develop the skill. So we hope those of you, whether you are called Jaja of music, you owe us a duty to mentor the young ones. It is not a job for which you will be thanked. They will abuse you and do what, but it is okay. One of the reasons why I emphasize this is because the first time I went to America is because of writing an essay. So I was jobless in Kampala. I was sleeping somewhere in somebody's store in Nankulabi because I had told my parents that I'm not coming back home after university. Nenda kutunka ne Kampala. I'm going to wrestle Kampala. They were just in Jinja, and they could have welcomed me and taken care of me, but I decided that I'm not going back home. So life was really hard. So one day I was reading a newspaper brought by the man in whose store I was sleeping. and they were calling for essays, a contest for the whole of Africa to compare the Bill of Rights of your country and that of the United States of America. So I borrowed a typewriter and put my thoughts together. That was also an act of creation. So I submitted my essay. After about 3 months, I got a letter saying I was one of the winners in the continent of Africa. So those days, the American embassy used to be on Parliament Avenue, where Uganda police was before they moved to Naguru. There was an ambassador called Johnny Carson. He later became Assistant Secretary of State for Africa. So he shook my hands, gave me $150 and a box of books about the making of the American Constitution, autographed by Chief Justice Warren Burger. I still have those books. If I were to sell them, I'm sure I can ask for any amount of money, because everybody wants that collection. They want to see the original signature. It was a card with gold edges. Then he gave me an air ticket. You're most welcome. Those are some of the major attractions of Uganda. I hope we could do a collabo with you. We should definitely think about that. So I was taken to America and I visited almost 13 states. Thanks to what? That essay that I wrote. Now, creation is a lonely thing, really. You, the creative people, you'll tell us, those who have written books like Mercy, Irene, creativity is a very lonely thing. And that's why sometimes people think you are a bit mad. Don't blame those who say you are mad, because when people are in the act of creation, they act very strange, because you go deep inside yourself to fish out that unique thing. You don't want, it is like an intensive care. You don't want any outside influence. You don't want to meet people and so on. So that is how I got my reward. I was in America. Being a Ugandan, I teamed up with a Nigerian, and I saved like $3,000 because I was being paid $140 every day. So when you go for breakfast, you also pack lunch. Anti-Ugandans. No wonder we are always being mistaken for being Nigerians. So we survived. And then I decided that I should go for politics, because now I had an Ntandikwa, which I lost anyway. I lost the elections. And then I was licking my wounds. Then I went back. So I like the theme about fostering creativity and innovation. And you are saying IP and music. Feel the beat of IP. So it is about economics. The creative economy. Uganda needs to earn. So those of you who are here, on behalf of the government, we want to promise you that we are going to guard the Lusalo Salo against this foreign music also. Because our president has said no exporting wood in raw form. He is guarding the boundaries. So we must also make sure that Ugandan music is enjoyed here. Many people Actually, foreigners are earning more from Uganda. They are earning a lot. I know that those who love Nigerian music may not appreciate what I'm saying, but it is important. It is very, very critical. Look at the late Philip Bongole Lutaya. He achieved international fame because of the musical work. That album, Born in Africa, there was Alone and Frightened. And of course, that Christmas album, somehow everybody plays it at the top volume around Christmas. Tukube vivuga ebya buli kika. It is from the Bible. The Bible does not set a very high standard for musical excellence. The Bible says, make joyful noises unto the Lord. And I think some of us can excel if it is just about noise. Our own Eddie Kenzo became the first East African artist to win a BET award. Now, music is not just entertainment. It drives economic growth, cultural preservation, and personal expression. Now, music is dynamic and it continues to grow. So, today is to promise you that your talent will be protected. Because if it is not protected, you are not going to earn from it. When Parliament resumes, we shall go and have the bill read for the first time. The chair of the committee now has the duty to go and fix the date with the speaker. And when it is being read the first time, please come and storm Parliament. Come and occupy the entire gallery. Neri se Joji. Watch the MPs and say, we are here. Campaigns are coming. And it is the music which moves. Some people win because of good music. I know one man who sang a good song which made somebody win election, then later he went and overthrew her. Abalala balungi naye gwobasinga. Amelia, Amelia. So music can lift you up. Of course, you know the famous Tubonga Nawe. Yes, it is there. And certain songs can be adjusted. You remember the one that Elton John sang for Princess Diana. It was an old song which was reconfigured to fit the occasion, A Candle in the Wind. And Alicia Keys went to sing for Hillary Clinton to show that the women are now smashing the glass ceiling. And indeed, they showed it on screen. And it became the theme song of Hillary Clinton. This girl is on fire. It was so good. So, please take the advice of the Registrar General seriously. Register your copyright, your trademarks, your patents, even your brand name. Because tomorrow, even now, I can go online and register Dr. Hilderman in my name. And you will have to pay me. Even on internet, somebody went and registered nobatmao.com. And he's squatting on it. because he knows this is a presidential candidate, he needs that domain name. And he asked me for $5,000. So I am going to register Dr. Hilderman. I'll sit there and register it online and pay the fees using mobile money. And when you come to Mercy, she will say, sorry, it has been taken. Now you'll call me. I said, mwana, bako chokola. Do something. I will be in a very relaxed mood because the ball is in my court and you are the one who wants it. We are promising that legislation. We hope it can be done quickly. When the law is passed, we will invite the president to sign it publicly in your presence, because this is really yours. You are the ones who should get that opportunity to surround the head of state as he signed this law. It is a revolutionary piece of legislation. The establishment of the copyright department, now headed by a commissioner, is another milestone. So I hope Mercy will take you and show you where that department is. And please start frequenting it, because that is your office. That way, your literary, scientific, artistic, all your creative work will be protected. Now, what do we promise? We promise the following: equitable remuneration. Equitable because sometimes, because you are an asset, so those who have money invest in you, then they can easily enslave you. We have been seeing quarrels between managers and musicians. That is normal. Don't even worry about it. This building here has people who are supposed to resolve those disputes. And we will ensure that we can mediate those conflicts. The relationship between your manager and you is a relationship between your manager creates you. In other words, launches you. But then at the end of the day, you become bigger than the manager because you are so well known, you are now a superstar. Wherever you pass, people are there, woo, Hilderman, and so on. Woo, yo, Ragadi Mumulabye. And your manager sees you in the limelight. Because I have seen you people become like demigods. The only way the manager can benefit is now financially. Because the other space, they cannot compete. The musicians are so powerful. One day, Michael Jackson went to the Super Bowl in a stadium, and he was brought up in a lift. Then he just stood like this, and people fainted just by looking at him. Then when he would turn like this, people faint. That's how powerful the musicians are. Imagine he hasn't even danced, but he has just done this. Then he does this. And people are people are being taken to the ambulance. Because this is a very emotional thing. And you people who are the superstars, you know it. You are a personality. It is like during religious service, my archbishop, who I can meet normally and eat with, when he comes to the cathedral, he changes. Then he has a big heart like this. And he just throws some bit of water, and everybody is making a sign of the cross quickly. Others even chase it. So there is that transfiguration that happened. It is a mysterious thing. Our duty is to encourage you to keep adapting to the challenges and opportunities. Stealing music is now easier. I can sing Ragadi's songs using AI now. I can actually go on stage and perform. So Mercy now has the duty to keep chasing the thieves because the thieves are advancing very fast. Our duty is to raise awareness. We have to look for resources when this bill is passed and signed so that you move and talk to your own people in the language they understand. I cannot do that because they will not understand me. You are the real people who now have to go all across Uganda and talk to your people to create awareness. Now, we urge you not to sleep on your rights. Let us work together to ensure that the music industry thrives in a fair and structured environment. Our duty is the duty of a facilitator. And our aim is to uphold your intellectual property rights. Those of you who are senior, don't ignore the junior voices. We want you to make your voices heard on the question of taxation for equipment. We hope URSB one time will have a demonstration studio here where upcoming musicians can come. That will be your corporate social responsibility. We can get partners to fund it so that you have a mini studio here. After all, the Registrar General said she's also an upcoming artist, though she's singing the song which has been sung since the days of the revival. Rebrand yourselves. You have been having very bad publicity. People think that you are fighting over money. But now this is a good fight. This is a good fight that we should join you in. Fight for your real rights. Let the government, especially the president, on the day of signing, you will have a platform to address the president directly. Fortunately, some of you are well connected, even in the ruling party, like the Shadow Lord Mayor, Ragadi. Use that platform appropriately. Finally, let me thank you again for coming in force. I didn't expect, honestly, to see so many of you. I don't know whether we have the comedians. That's also another field which is very interesting. They make us laugh at ourselves. The cartoonists, one day the president met Mr. Russ, and they had a conversation. He said, "You, Mr. Russ, is my head that sharp?" Because when he draws the president's head, it is like a spear. So the president got a short education on the art of cartoons and cartoonists. He said, the art of a cartoonist is to look at a feature which is on you and exaggerate it. It is so you see when they are drawing Dr. Besigye, the eyes are bulging out. When they are drawing General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, he basically has a forest of a mustache. So they exaggerate when they are drawing me. The French cat is so sharp. They make it so sharp. And when they are drawing President Kagame, they make him look like Pinocchio with the nose. So this is what today is about. This is a variety. And there are new areas like internet content creators and so on. So today, we are celebrating all those many gifts. My job is just to let you know that we are your big fans. We may be ministers, we may be presidents. You have heard the president even saying he's a big fan of Teacher Mpamire. The one who there are those who keep on mimicking him. He calls them and they make him laugh. So we are, to us, you are also stars. And for us, we may win elections and so on, but at the end of the day, we really, really admire you. So this day is really about you. So let the beat of intellectual property be the rhythm that drives innovation, rewards creativity, and uplifts Uganda's music industry. Thank you very much. I wish you happy celebrations. Sigenda kuva wano, I'm around because I understand there is a hit coming. Thank you.
For those inspiring and great remarks. Indeed, you talked about the stars. We have all stars meaning. Before we get to the next session, with your permission, Honorable Minister, allow me to make recognitions of everyone who has made time to come in this room. You're highly recognized. In a special way, I want to recognize the CEO of Uganda Performing Rights Society, Madam Nasuna. The CEO Forum, already recognized, Madam Irene Birungi. Put up your hands. Yeah, yes, you're very welcome. Mr. Kwesiga Simon of Chigezi Kinimba Actors, the Rutamirika group. Where are you? I saw them around. I think they've stepped out. Matt Bish, I saw Matt Bish around. Yes, the film director. Representatives from Lord Development Center. Yes, sir, you're very welcome. Uganda National Cultural Center. Yes, you're very welcome. Uganda Revenue Authority. We saw our colleagues. Yes, URA is here. Kampala Capital City Authority. Yes, they are here. The director, Legal OWC. This one, Honorable Minister, I have a conflict of interest. Mr. Henry Chalimpa, he was my classmate in law school, but he also stopped me from joining the army in my second year at university. I was going to join the army, and because he's a Kadogo, and he gave me a wrong vibe because that time I was in love with a brother, my current husband. So he had to stop me from fighting for my country to go into love. But I don't regret. I don't regret. Henry, you have to pay. I'm happy to see you. We have the chair of the group, the Federation of Gospel Artists. Yes, the gospel artists are here. We have Uganda Musicians Association. I saw Fina Mugera and others, Masanyarazi. Yes, Masanyarazi and others. We have our vice chair of the Uganda Law Society, our boss, the Law Society. Yes, Mr. Asimwe Anthony, you're very welcome. The chair of the vice president of the, yes. Indeed. Of course, the chair of the Legal and Parliamentary Committee, Honorable Baka, please stand up and wave to your people, face your people. He's the man that approves our budgets and our bills, and he's here for a purpose, and I believe action will be taken. We have artists from different regions. CJ Champion from our area there had already recognized. Omega 256, I saw Ray J, I saw Bosmic Otim, so many of them. Of course, Honorable Hilary Chiaga, please wave to the community. Honorable Member of Parliament, we recognize award winner. The senior presidential advisor, Eddie Kenzo, just called me. He's not feeling well, and indeed he sounded sick. But he has sent his remarks. I do not want to break protocol, Honorable Minister, but he says somebody called Mr. Martin Muhumuza can read just 2 paragraphs, if you permit. And maybe, as he approaches, are you here, Martin? Of course, our dear Joanita Kawalia, we recognize you so much. Please stand up for recognition. That song, Jim, we had to put in our other names, but it worked for us. It has worked, it still works for us in our homes. Thank you very much. Kindly, can you giving the names to the MCs and us? We need to recognize everybody here. Now, Martin, you have just 2 minutes to deliver this speech that has been sent to me by the Senior Presidential Advisor. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Right Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister Norbert Mao, the Chair Board, URSB, Madam Registrar General, and everybody here. I thank you for inviting us and also making us part of this event. My name is Muhumuza Martin. I'm Eddie's manager, but also I'm into research and development at UNMF. I don't have much to say for me because I'm here for Eddie. So he says, as we celebrate Intellectual Property Day, we express our sincere appreciation to the government for their cooperation and support in trying to structuring the creative industry. This year's theme, IP and Music Feel the Beat, resonates deeply with us. However, we must ensure that creatives not only feel the beat, but also feel the money for their work. I urge everyone to play their part in making this a reality. The creatives, let us continue to innovate and produce exceptional work. To the government and stakeholders, let us work together to create an environment where creatives can thrive. I'd like to extend my gratitude to everyone who is contributing to the passage of the Copyright Law and Neighboring Rights Amendment. This milestone will enable creatives to earn what they deserve and own their work. I commend the Uganda Registration Services Bureau for their tireless efforts and call upon the government to provide more support for the creative industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Presidential Advisor on Creatives. I hand over to Mark, the MC of the day.
All right, a round of applause for all our guests that have spoken. Thank you so much, and also to the legislators that are here as well. We appreciate you. There has been an open invitation to storm Parliament when the time comes as well, but thank you so much. We also want to appreciate us as well in a special way, Honorable Hilary Chiaga, who moved the private members bill the first time as well for copyright. And we have been working together as well with the Ministry of Justice and Uganda Law Reform Commission in this process as well. So thank you so much, Honorable, for having a heart for the creatives. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you could just take a moment to look around you. That is the power of music. The people that have come, filling the room. And I don't know if you can also ask yourself, I also ask myself this question many times, that if I were to have a stage name, what would it be? Today is the day to have stage names. So my stage name would probably be DJ Matu. Because the Honorable Minister said cartoonists exaggerate features. So clearly you cannot unsee it, right? It's right there. So I don't know what your stage name would be as well, but because the World IP Day is also about showcasing talent, showcasing the best of Ugandan music, we're going to have a performance by the lovely Miss Nava Gray, and she'll be joining us on stage. Many of you have used her music because words failed and you didn't have the words to propose. So you used the song. Honorable Minister, that's the other thing. Some of us did not have words to say, so we approached our crushes. We'll not tell you whether it worked out or not, but at least the song gave us the confidence to approach. And so the lovely Miss Nava Gray is going to be joining us on stage to perform as well. And she's here as well even later on to just continue with the performances. But would like to continue recognizing many of you again are the musicians here. Emma Carlos, I think you'll be taking me up. Upcoming artist. Earmark. Where are the trademark officers? Let's first put in an earmark. And it would be a nice one for earphones as well. I can start a brand for the earphones as well. So let's have the Miss Nava Gray grace the stage and grace us with a performance. Let's appreciate Miss Nava Gray.
Emma Carlos. Everybody, let's go. So kalami, wami, masitadane, masiwude songe. So kalami, wami, masitadane. Give me that for nobody. Take me away, nakulunji tulusidentana. Tuliva febi, sibia sibi, yenentandi kwa mucha. Lava yo, bigamba mugamba ina wakomai. Na yeshimati zane, bikora kabi wabu julisi. You and I soar the skies up our love forever. So down now these feelings I have for you. Strong, so sweet, passionate, pure. Don't think twice. They were meant for you. So kalami, wami, masitandane, masire ude soge. So kalami, wami, masitandane. Take me away.
Ishaela when I bumble rami. No mame latine baby babelela kuwe.
In all the promises
made, they remain the same. Busy on yami shayela when I wake up.
Come on.
So kalami, wami, masitandane, masiye ude songe. So kalami, wami wange, wami, masitandane. Take me away.
When I stand beside me,
No maile fisro fis yo ya uzo itola.
Kangene nawe, mbele nawe, hono wangu ziyakuma, usabira bulamu bwokka. Kangene nono, mbele nono, hono wangu ziyakuma, usabira. Everybody, so kalami, wami, masitandane, masiye ude songe. Oh, so masitandane olubaluyita luzulu. Good to see familiar faces. Yo, I see you, Shadrach. Thank you guys for coming through. It's a beautiful initiative. Honorable Kanakadda Kobo Kamani. Let's go. Sechemanyi ndi wamu moyo gwenina teguchano nye mulala gwenange bante. Let's go. Come on. Abali kuruchao. Mami Vincent, wakati ugenda kujaula wadde nkuli wala nnyo so kitya nja kubeewala ababadde bafubirira nemesa kyonterabire bakweddize ebigambo tobawulira tebamanyi gye tulaga ne gye tuva tusaanye tukume obutego mu mukwano bungi nnyo agambye atya omwoyo nesiga nga bwekwesiga bino byekugamba mazima kulayirira komokuluro kuba kwatambuza obulamu bwange omwoyo gwennina sekukyanoonyeyo omwoyo sokyanoonyeyo mulala senaawo booteredde naye watereera dda nkulaba olina empeta gwenange mbateredde eno kyezinange byakusika miguwa kuwatanya emirimu gitambule nga nemesebwa olusi omukwano gutandi kumpi baneebuuza alinanya mukuma kati aliwanya muwunira neneewayo kuguma olw'obwesigwa bwenkusaamu guma omwoyo nga weekwesiga bino byekugamba mazima kulayirira komawukululwo kuba kwatambuza obulamu bwange. Thank you so much. Mana omugalo gw'omwami oyo. Guma omwoyo yabise bingi sokyanoonyeyo mulala gwenange mbateredde wosoobere n'oyo n'oba nani solina mubeezi ananje oyo otanga omwoyo gwekyanze kusika mu birooto mu matumbi budde kati omukwano fuma mufume ondiwala nyonyonyonyo mulala guma omwoyo ebise bingi kyendabye sokyanoonyeyo mulala nze naawe mbateredde bush come on gwenange mbateredde gwenange mbateredde come on gwenange mbateredde. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. We'll come back later, yeah? All right.
At the end of such a presentation, you can only say, aha. Those with talent. But I saw there were some men that side that were worried. I don't know if it is marriage that was worrying you from coming to. It's okay here, we can sign disclaimers. We can sign disclaimers, we can protect you and give you immunity as well. Let's appreciate Ms. Nava Gray one more time. Again, just in the spirit of recognizing many of us who are represented here, we have a representative from the Parliamentary Forum for Creative Industries. Honorable Rachel Magola couldn't be with us, but she is represented by James Wasula as well, who is with us. We have the Undersecretary as well from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. You could just stand and wave. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a part of us as well, and all the associations represented here. So we are going to get into a panel discussion And this is going to be for the panelist who is going to be moderating. You have seen there has been music here, so maintain the momentum in that spirit as well. Maintain the vibe. But I'm going to invite Dennis Nabende, who will be taking over this session for the panelists discussion as well. And there are a host of panelists that will be delving into the topic dealing with challenges, opportunities, especially for the creatives in commercializing, and also respect as well for your intellectual property rights. So let's invite Dennis Nabende.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think that would work, Mark. You'd actually do headsets and call them earmark, and you'll be able to earn some money from your trademark. The Honorable Minister, our board chairman, URSB, and the board members present, our team leader and Registrar General, top management, senior management from URSB, distinguished guests, our artists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I know when you come after Nava Gray, it's a bit of a difficult act, but I'll try my best. I won't do what she was doing here, but I'll try and make it as informative and as fun as possible. Honorable Minister, as you were talking earlier, you were giving us your address. You said musicians usually are more powerful than their managers. MJ went to the Super Bowl, stood and people were fainting. I would like to report to you, Honorable Minister, that as Nava Gray was performing here, there was a wedding meant to take place. But when they had Nava Gray, I saw the couple trying to get out of that room to just come and see what was going on here. But that's how powerful music is. So, our dear participants have been tasked with moderating a very important discussion on the challenges and opportunities in the commercialization and enforcement of rights in the music industry in Uganda. So from this discussion, we are hoping to get key perspectives on the state of music industry in Uganda, as well as look at what policy reforms, Cindy Biebe, good to see you. Look at what policy reforms can be put in place to make music more commercially viable, but also look at how the creative industry can generally fully realize the commercialization in respect to IP rights in the music industry. So to take us through this discussion, I have 4 panelists. I'll start with Home. The first panelist is our team leader and Registrar General, Ms. Masike Kanowisho, who's the Registrar General and official receiver of the Ghana Registration Services Bureau. She's been RG and official receiver since December 2020. She is an advocate of the courts of judicature with vast experience. Madam, I was still getting ready. You know, it is music. It is music, so I was, the way you do it. So you'll also join in when I finish, okay? Have we agreed? Okay. I'll start again. Ms. Masike Kanowisho is the Registrar General and official receiver of the Ghana Registration Services Bureau, a position she has held since December 2020. She is an advocate of the courts of judicature with vast experience in intellectual property law, which is a very key law here today, business law, project management, oil and gas law, leadership, and general management. Our Registrar General holds a Master's of Law in Intellectual Property from the University of Turin in Italy. She has an MBA from Makerere University Business School. She holds a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center and a Bachelor of Laws degree from the Great Makerere University. She's a sitting vice chair of the World Intellectual Property Organization's General Assembly and WIPO 17th Advisory Committee on enforcement sessions. She's also a very passionate person about mentoring young people into leadership, among other things. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our team leader and Registrar General, Ms. Masike Kanowisho. Thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. David Tayewa, who's a music administration consultant, a digital music expert, music metadata specialist, music business advocate, and tutor. He's a musicologist and musicpreneur. His mission is to fix African music creator remuneration, to facilitate the transformation of music IP rights into a real-time transactional marketplace. Mr. Tayewa is also the director of content at Just Play Music, a premium streaming up for all African music. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Taewa to the panel. Third is a very key person in the music space in Uganda. She's none other than Miss Maureen Nasuna, who's the CEO of the Uganda Performing Rights Society. Please join us. And then, as Ms. Nasuna makes her way, finally on the panel, she's somebody we've seen since I think 2000 or 2004 there. It's none other than Ms. Cinderella Sanyu, the president of Uganda Musicians Association, or commonly known as Cindy Biebe. I hope I say that right. The king herself. Yes, the king, yes. As she signs some contracts, she'll get up. Yes, we saw the signature, but thank you. So like I'd mentioned, our dear participants, we'll try and delve into what makes, or what do we need to do to make music more viable commercially. We'll have questions at the end of it, but you'll give us a few minutes to sort of set the pace, and then we'll get back to you, and then you'll be able to ask. So the king herself, we'll start with you. I like to see you as the planned kid of the music scene in Uganda. You started your career from a talent search, the Coca-Cola Pop Stars. You, Jackie, and Lillian were the famous Blue Three. I don't remember exactly, but I'm thinking you were able to get a record deal with a record label, so you didn't just wake up, go somewhere, try and do a song. You actually went through that process, getting into a record label, being trained. Talk to us about what it was like, because it's now 2025. You came out around 2002, 2004. It's been about 25 years.
Yeah.
How has the scene changed in terms of making music commercially viable? And do you think the artists today still appreciate the idea of a record label, or is it going to a studio, you record and see what works? Take us through how things have been when you started and where you are now.
Being in Blue 3, winning a position in Blue 3 was such a blessing. In the very beginning, we were young, we were excited. We just excited to be famous, to be known, and just get to do what we love, and that was art. So we did not know anything about the business. So we just depended on whatever came from the management. What they told us is what we took. So in the beginning, because there was no social media and all that, the record label handled everything, and they were in control of whatever. So they told you whatever they thought you should know, and what they thought you should not know, they did not tell you. So it was a place of bliss. It was a place of ignorance, and it was a place of peace, because the more knowledge you get in this business, the more stress you get. So we started. So we started from that place of bliss, that we didn't know anything, and we just let Steve Jean and Phenon Records just handle everything for us. So it was a place of just happy blindness. That is how it started.
Okay, so in that space of happy blindness, like you were saying, when you see the music industry today, do you think that was a better space for you, or as artists, it's better you sort of branch out on your own without record labels? Because I know I'll come to the CMO after, but when you look at your history and the way you've worked in the industry, do you think that space you were in and today, what is better? Or is there a middle ground that we should pick?
There's some things that are better, some things are not. It's very comfortable for an artist to have a team that they trust to handle everything for them. That means you concentrate more with the art, with just creating. So you don't have to stress about the business bit of it. And that is the good thing about record labels. And they handle marketing. Basically, all the stress is taken off the artist, so the artist just concentrates with just work. The problem with that is, at the end of the day, you don't really understand your earnings. You don't understand the business part of it, and it catches up to you after 2 years or 3 years, and you're dumped by the label, or you realize you've been making so much money and you only had a very small fraction of it, and that's the problem with it. But otherwise, the beat that the record label should handle business for an artist would actually benefit the artist. So the disadvantage of it is the fact that you're not in control of your finances. And that seems good in the beginning, like somebody's doing it, until later when the government and everybody else who deals with taxes comes after you. And suddenly you realize you have a debt of millions of money, which you have no idea when you made and how that debt accumulated. So right now it's better because an artist has a little bit more control. They can market their own if they work that hard. You can market yourself online because there are now platforms to do that. You have Facebook, you have TikTok, and all these social media platforms. Right now you can approach a publisher personally. You can deal with a publisher personally, not through a label like before. So there are advantages and disadvantages. If we had a line in between, that would be the perfect place to be. Where I had control, I'd work with a label to help me out so that I can concentrate with the writing, but still let the label give me control. Let me know what is happening. That would be a very good position.
Were you feeling the beats or you're feeling the money as well?
I want to feel both.
Okay. So we'll go to Mr. Tayewa. You distribute this music. Tell us how you do it now, because you see many of the artists today wake up, like she said, she goes through TikTok, posts it there. You as a distributor, what is happening in the market now? How are artists distributing their music, and how can you, as Mr. Tayewa, help artists through your platforms and the others to be more commercially viable?
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Just from a global scale, distribution is common. But in Uganda, just a history, we started lately, like in 2019. But many things are happening. I remember from that time, we used to have issues with Spice, VS, then Africa came in. Then later we discovered, we can now distribute on our own. So we have homegrown music distribution companies. I'm talking on behalf of Omziki, I'm talking on behalf of Kelele, talking on behalf of Opus Music, and all these other small companies that are coming up within for the entrepreneurs that are Ugandan that are now realizing, hey, we need a service that should be Ugandan. But also, we can't move out the fact that there are other DIY artist platforms like TuneCore, like CD Baby, like 1RPM and all that. In all this, what is most important is that while we are doing this distribution, the management of all the handling of intellectual property rights in music is much more important. Starting from when the artist gives you the song, you have to process it, add in the right metadata, and also manage the release. If the release is set on 30th of April, we need to know what should be done. How are we going to assist the artists out there to make sure that the music gets the advert space, gets the platform to be heard out there on the release date? But also it is important, not only from just the artist's side, there's so much involved. And one of the things that have to be common with us is we handle a big volume of data. Imagine you have 4 or 5 artists releasing the music at one day. According to the statistics, Spotify itself, every day they receive around 100,000 songs in their platform daily. That means there is so much work being done by the distributors to deliver this music. But also, even on our side, you might find I represent 300 or 500 artists, and I need to manage their releases every other time. So it involves that large volume of data working with that.
But you're talking of metadata. You have, okay, this is obvious, but say DIY, TerraCore, 1 RPM. Let's talk about access to this knowledge by the artists. You see, you can come and talk about all these things, but do your clients understand this? What are you doing to improve access to this knowledge so that they also understand that, if I push my song, these are the things I need to look out for it to come up in the streams and things like that. What are you doing to improve awareness of such things to your clients?
Okay, to some level, this information is available while you're distributing. But at an individual level, being able to work with an artist means that you should be able to direct them on the kind of standards that we need. So we approach artists at an individual level and tell you, yes, I'm going to deliver for you this music. Do you have the right artwork? Do you have the right standard? If it is a wave audio, what type is it? But also there are other standards required, like to some of address the issues of metadata inaccuracies. We've looked at introducing other issues like the metadata identifiers, like IPI numbers. So if we indeed need to collect money for also the other songwriters that you're going to credit, the people that you contributed with to make this sound, then it means they need to have another set of data that should be put in the ingestion process while we are uploading this music. Secondly, we also, according to the Ugandan perspective, many artists are not used to say, let me handle the work myself, I need to know this. There are some who invest in knowledge and can be able to upload the music themselves. But also, there are others who have handlers. So we make sure we train the handlers on how to upload this music.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taiba. We'll go to Ms. Nasuna. You're a CEO of a CMO. That flows. I think I have some talent. CEO of a CMO. I can start rapping. He's talking about metadata, all these technological things. What is UPRS doing in terms of technology to ensure that when it comes to collection of royalties, it's not where somebody comes, sits with a counter book and says, on 15th, they played this song, plus, minus, using technology to be able to make the artists feel the money. What are you doing in terms of investing in technology as a CMO to ensure that your clients actually get more value?
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity. I'll delve straight into the question. The gist is technology. As CMOs, we have really been challenged moving with a pace at which technology is advancing, especially technology that is taking care of content. It is not a very cheap investment, though it is something that is unnecessary for you to do away with. What we are doing as UPRS, we are putting aside an investment. We've already at least identified an application that we are going to onboard to cater for monitoring, to cater for the distribution, and we believe by the end of this year, we should be having something that is operational out there to promote the distribution and the fairness in what we give to our clients. The other option is that we have been running about everywhere, and I'm glad that some of our stakeholders in this house, whom I think you invited strategically, we've been putting in our submissions, those that have already good technology establishments, to at least hold us onto their systems until we are up there to stand independently. But as I leave the question right now, we are advocating for whichever avenue, whichever opportunity there is, to enable us have our internal establishment to be not only able to distribute but also collect, because apparently we are still in the analog, which is not very good. I want to pass this at this time that I am with my boss on this panel. I think, just spent only 1 week in office. They invited me at WUMA, and they were like, okay, Maureen, this is enough. We want money. And I told her, I've just studied this concept, which is not also very clear to me, but I am going to make sure that we hold on until such a time. Now that we are having these engagements, I want to appreciate our regulator. The regulator has been very keen. They've been advocating and pushing us onto that right ladder. And Madam Cindy, when you said, I think there is hope for us to do what? To see the money.
Yes, there is.
And I really feel the beat. I appreciate the beat has touched the key stakeholders and the policymakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yeah, we are almost there.
Thank you. I'll now move to the regulator, our Registrar General of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Madam, there's always this talk that URSB does not care about musicians. There's no law on copyright. There's no law on copyright. There's piracy. What are we doing to combat piracy, but also being able to ensure that people who use these works without permission are actually brought to book? And also the sentiment that they've been abandoned. Because anyway, you answer that. I don't want to sound conflicted, but I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
Are you really for us or against us? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Indeed, Uganda Registration Services Bureau is the regulator of collecting management societies. That is one of our roles in the work we do in terms of being the National Intellectual Property Office. Being the National Intellectual Property Office. Careful. Being the National Intellectual Property Office, we are also the National Copyright Information Center. We are the national coordinators for the National Intellectual Property Policy of 2019. We have been here in terms of regulating copyright. In my remarks, I mentioned that we trace the copyright journey in 1964 when we had the first law, and then 2006 with the amendments, and now the upcoming law that is going to take care of many emerging issues, including the enforcement online, as well as the return on investment for the artists. The copyright sector has a lot of stakeholders, right from the artistic works. Artistic works include performers, musicians, the people that do sculpture. It is broad. Then you go to the film as well. When you go to the literary works, the works of literature, the sermons, the books, to mention but a few. Then you go to scientific works, especially computer applications. Copyright is the largest branch of intellectual property. It has the largest stakeholders, and that is why we now have a standalone department to attend it. And we thank the government of Uganda through our minister here. Yes. Almost every stakeholder in this sector, let's say the creative sector, has an issue with either the regulator or the collecting management society. And they are genuine, they have reason too, because these are people that create work. When you create work, you must get a return on that investment. When it comes to the film industry, you put a lot of work in terms of hiring the actors, actresses, venues, and so on. Music, the same. Attires, research and development. There's a lot of research and development that is involved. But we also need to appreciate that copyright is a private right, even when government has a right in terms of protection and enforcement and putting an enabling environment for all artists to benefit from their work. Intellectual property or copyright specifically, or your music is a private right. When you have land, and I always use this example, when you have land, you do not allow anyone to trespass it. First of all, even you fence it off. You know you have title for it. That is registration. Even when registration under the law is not mandatory, it is important that you register for evidential value of your asset, your music asset. So the work starts with you the owner. What happens is that in our African setting, when somebody takes out a musical work, they rush to different studios, the different broadcasters, to get their songs played for purposes of visibility, celebrity, expansion, viewership, and so on. And this is the attitude that we have been trying to change as the regulators. How do we work together with you to change the attitude that, no, this is not free to share unless you have put it out to the world for free usage, which is also a provision under the music law, where under Creative Commons, you can decide to produce any work and publish it. And I'm glad I have Professor Kakoza in the room, an expert in that respect as well. So you can decide to put your work out for free, and you put a component on your CDs or your channels that this is work for free. But as far as I know, most of the works that you do are for commercial purposes. So what has government done? Government has put in place laws right from 1964 to date, and you continue to review the laws. And we are domesticating many important treaties, the regional and international treaties. So the laws are in place. Even the current law as it is 98% good enough. Good enough. But what is wrong? What are we missing? So we have the law in place. We have the institutions in place, all institutions that are required. You have had UCC, you have had all these sectors, but also Uganda Registration Services Bureau as the regulator. And we have worked well. We are coordinated by the government more than ever. That is why you see all these entities here, and I know Madam Nasuna is very happy that most of these are here. So as government, we are coordinated in terms of institutional infrastructure. So we have the legal, then the policy framework is in place. We have the National Intellectual Property Policy. We have the cultural policy. We have all these policies that feed into the copyright system. We have a representative from the Ministry of Gender as well. Yes, there. Sir, you're very welcome. We work very, very welcome. We work so very well as government because we know our role. So we have the policy framework. We have the environment to create. You can get anywhere, get up, like the minister was mentioning, at 2, and you crack out a song and you go to the studios and it comes out and it is trending on TikTok and everywhere. So the challenge has been the fact that the other sector in the private, the users, the creators, need to belong to a collective management society, because for you to earn from your commercial works, you can either pursue your rights individually or collectively. But the model globally that has been tested is that it is safer and better for you to join collective management societies, because you can't run from one TV station, radio station, hotel, airline, taxi, chasing people to pay your music. That is hectic. You have to create work, time for your work. So you have to belong to collective management societies. So now the solution is in the management and the running of all collective management societies. And like I mentioned, the role of collective management societies colleagues is collect, take off their share, and distribute. But now the challenge has been they don't have what to collect, because the users of your works, the broadcasting companies, the TV stations, the radio stations, the transportation entities. I know there's somebody from the Uganda Transporters Association. You're welcome. Yes. We have all these organizations that may be using your work or are using your work, but they are not paying. And now for us as regulators, we are stuck between these two spaces that you have to enforce. And enforcement means either hard enforcement or soft enforcement. But what have we been doing as Uganda Registration Services Bureau? We tested the market. You recall the times when we go downtown with inspectors, close libraries, close bars, hotels will be called. At 3, my bar has been closed. The speakers have been taken. My people have been arrested. The same people that are supposed to comply, the same, and they would claim that you're the people that give them the music. So we're stuck. Of course, the law is law and it has to be enforced. But how we enforce it matters. And even we affected the political face of the country. So sometimes we had to step aside. And also the timing matters. Imagine if we went downtown. We know all these places, the video libraries, we know the radio stations, but they hold more than 700 million Uganda, actually 1 billion. Some entities of the money of artists. So so what we decided to do was to do soft enforcement. We created an enforcement unit that is manned by police. We work with your inspectors. In some areas like the film industry, we had to step aside a bit because they needed to also reorganize themselves as a collecting management society, put systems in place, keep putting an infrastructure in place, and get this money flowing in. And it can't even flow in when we don't have a monitoring system. We need a system to monitor this money that is coming in so that Ragadi's money is tracked from where all the stations it is being played and the percentage that he has to get. At the end of the day, if artists are not gaining, then even when we have the law and the institutional infrastructure and maybe the environment, it may not make a lot of meaning. So what are we doing as regulators? We are using soft compliance. We have tried to beg, to call you here in meetings, to beseech, to write letters. But a time is going to come when we are going to, again, move into the radical, I don't like using that word, Honorable Minister, but now that those who know. So, you know that approach. Well, you have to have a hybrid approach to make sure that the money is coming in through compliance. The Uganda Hotels and Bars Association is here, represented. Are you here? Yes, sir, you're very welcome. We work so well with them, and we have had even meetings with them. The bars, the hotels, everyone that plays, hospitals, airlines, all the money is there. The money is there. But how we get it in, it is a consolidated effort without harming the government, without causing injuries also to business, and also actually even the other balance, maybe as I finish, that we have to do is, we're in charge of these businesses that we register. We are the ones that register all these businesses that are using your works. So also in terms of enhancing compliance, we are actually working on a system where we are going to engage local government to stop even issuing trading licenses and city authorities to stop issuing trading licenses to entities that do not comply. But also, they have to balance between the collection of the non-tax revenue, because they also have targets, and the penalties. So it is concerted efforts, colleagues, but I must assure you that we have the infrastructure in place, we have the laws, we have the policies, we have the institutions. There is no excuse. We have to put the systems for the collectors and the distributors. This is where the magic is. Collect, distribute. You can't distribute what you don't have, and you can't distribute what you cannot collect. So we have to work on the how to collect, who to collect, and I wish we can have this voluntary compliance. But all users, let's start with this room. How many of you comply with using original works? It starts with us. Yes. So let's start from this room and support these artists from so that they gain from their work. Basically, as regulators, we have tried and we continue to try, and it is in a much better space. We are in a much better place. I recall the days when there will be tensions, when there will be fights, and we'll be handling physical fights and all those, not involved in, but just managing people's emotions. Yes, emotions, because we are also emotional handlers. So we will be doing that. But now we are here talking about how to collect and how to distribute. So those who are about to give up, I want to assure you that the stage at which we are as a country, we are almost there, and we're getting there soon. As soon as we get this law passed by Parliament. Thank you, Honorable Hillary. When you moved the private members bill, we had to invite you for a meeting because we are working on the same, and you agreed that we work together. This is how we work together as government. And I believe that once it is passed, we shall move into from soft compliance to some level of radical compliance. So you either comply or you perish as an industry. Thank you.
Thank you. I was hoping Madame Kawalia would clap again for that, because the regulator clearly is in charge and they know what they're actually doing. We know what we are doing. So Cindy, I'll come to you. You've listened to our Registrar General. Very articulate. She's told you what we are doing as URSP to make sure the sector is working very well. But she talked about something like similar to a land title. What are you doing to get your members to ensure that they actually get their titles? Because many of us produce these works and somehow we go to these radios and beg and say, please play the song for me, I want to be promoted and things like that. What are you doing to encourage your members to actually understand that it is necessary for them to have this title? Because like she was saying, if somebody comes and takes over your land, you can go and report to police and say, please come, somebody is playing on my land, I want you to enforce my rights. What are you doing to your members to make sure that they also understand that it is necessary for them to have this title of their copyright?
From the very beginning, because I became chairperson of UMA 4 years ago, from the very beginning, we've had this campaign of just awareness of artists to get to know what is happening, because most of them come in with this mindset of being under a record label and everybody taking care of everything. So we've been having this campaign of just having meetings and just letting them know that there are other options to having record labels, because we've been having an issue with that. So just hearing URSB talk about all the steps that they have taken is music to my ears, because the artist just needs to know, and from the point of knowledge, they will move to the action, because I'm sure that every artist wants to own their art. Whether anyone knows it or doesn't know, every artist wants to own it. As UMA, we have a huge problem of big expectations. Artists think they can release a song today and in a month get 1 million shillings. So the expectations are really high up there, and you can't blame them because of the way we brand ourselves. Sometimes we make things look a little bit too easy. So as UMA, we just want to raise awareness, get more artists to understand that they have rights. And then there's a fracture there's a structure that can help, because right now they don't know which lawyers to go to, they don't know who to talk to when they have trouble. So as UMA, we have spoken to quite a few entities just to help out, and working under NCF of Mr. Ragadi and his team has been of great help, because they've been very, very supportive in this journey. So just to answer your question, we're still raising awareness of letting more and more artists get into the mindset of registering their works, especially the younger artists, because in UMA we have a lot of upcoming artists, more than established ones. The younger artists feels like if they register their work, that means nobody's going to play it because they have to pay. and yet they don't know them as an artist. As an established artist, I would not be scared to tell people you cannot access my new song unless you pay for it, because I already am a star already. You know, I'm established already. But a young artist will feel like if I register my music and people have to pay every time, that means they will not play it, because the radio station is going to say, let me take what works better and what is cheaper, and that is playing Cindy and the bigger artists, because everybody's listening already. There's a certain number of people who they already have who listen, than this younger artist who is just trying to introduce themselves. Yeah, so we want to, that's a conversation you need to have of how do we help a young artist, because nobody knows them. So if you tell them their work has to be paid for and yet nobody knows them, it becomes hard for them. So they release their music for free. They're the ones who go to the radios and TVs and say, please play my song, instead of the other way around. You understand? They don't sign these contracts because they feel like it's not going to work for them. Yeah, so we are on that journey of finding a way of dealing with those ones. Otherwise, for the established artists, it's easy. When you talk to them, they get it immediately because they've been around, they understand it.
Thank you. Ms. Nasuna, Cindy mentioned something about expectations from artists. You go to the studio, you have a dream that you're going to be a big artist. So he expects that if he gets a song and sends it out, the next 3-4 weeks he's going to be earning. So he belongs to a CMO. Talk to us about transparency in terms of giving out these royalties. How do you ensure transparency so that they also don't start feeling like they're being shortchanged or they're not earning their money's worth when they're members of a CMO?
I like the idea that Cindy has mentioned, that when an artist puts out their work, the perception is tomorrow they will be
Big
minting
stars.
big sums of money. I want to appreciate that there is no bad content, because we've tested and we've realized that any content is good content. It can be improved and so much that it can bring. However, a few things have to be in place. Like I earlier mentioned, transparency as a word is not only coming with me standing out to say, okay, I have put out a list. This is how much I have given to everybody. Transparency is also making the other side appreciate that if I have taken this much, probably it speaks volumes, and I need to work around to see to it that my money grows. Transparency would come with monitoring that work, monitoring wherever it is being played, and getting those log sheets. In my first submission, I mentioned that that comes with technology, which is not cheap. However, there are remedies that we've leveraged on. We've been in contact with WIPO, who have been very supportive. They've received us in our capacity and have helped us to mitigate that problem. They've given us samples when we could not even access this information from our local market. I'll add my voice to my regulator that it comes as a collective effort. If I come to a certain entity and I present a case, for us having that collective interest in the entire fraternity, I shouldn't find a problem for you to give me a log sheet to address a problem and put a disclaimer of non-disclosure. So we are working around closing that gap, like I mentioned, that by the end of this year, we should be having a monitoring system which will further enhance the way we have been doing our distribution. And probably it will also inform us much more onto where our music has been used. And we have no problem putting out this information because, as I mentioned today, at least UPRS has been conducting its audits to date, which means that we are open with what we are doing. Whatever happens and the explanations that come with it, we are open to give the supporting what? The supporting narrative. Still, I'll add that transparency as a discipline is not something small, and it cuts across not only with the CMO, but with also the users where we do play key to collect. If I come in your space to collect my members' royalties, I should get realistic information that actually this is the space where music is playing. And you should not under-declare, because when you under-declare, it means it will be a less collection that will eventually impinge on what I have to give to my what? So I want to encourage all of us to be transparent, not only the CMO. Let us be transparent from the point when a creative finds an infringer and just keeps quiet, where a creative promotes the infringement or the piracy, and the whole ecosystem should be in position to mirror this good practice of transparency.
Okay, so you answer the audit queries very well when you asked, is what you're saying. Okay. I'll go to Mr. Tayewa. Let's talk piracy. Online, there's a lot of piracy that happens. You as a distributor, you know there are so many platforms that have come up. You go online and you can download any song you want and no one will actually come to you. What are you doing as a distributor to tame some of these practices? How do you deal with the issue of piracy online on these digital platforms?
Thank you. Of course, the more people discover that there are systems out there to protect the works of creators, the more ways how pirates are going to evolve. Piracy in music is in many ways. We have Okay, one way is that we have platforms that are using music but are not paying back to the music community. And that goes to a term that we call the value gap. In Uganda specifically, we have a kind of piracy where music is available on platforms like DJ Ericom, like MP3 Jaja, like all these other platforms. But they do not pay anything in terms of royalties to the creators. So we need a mechanism on also tapping into that kind of piracy. Then secondly, we ourselves, we have another tendency of piracy. And this is common with stream farms. We have the right platforms like Spotify, like YouTube, that always pay these royalties rightfully to the creators. However, as artists, we also find better ways of having more streams. You use tricks like chatbots, or you have a new release, maybe you have your team.
They sit and start
and you sit and you start streaming so that you get much more money.
Yeah.
That is also piracy. So what addresses this? First of all, with the issues of addressing piracy on the side of the licensed digital streaming platforms like Spotify and YouTube, we are, as distributors, one, we first ensure that we have the right metadata that can actually track the usage of this music. And when we track the usage, that means we can get much more information, data insights about who's streaming, what age, the demographics and all that. Maybe where are they streaming from. So in that, you can actually be able to detect the behavior of how an artist's music is being streamed out there. Then, of course, we have an issue of, which is a second way of curbing piracy, especially from the unlicensed platforms like the Ugandan ones I've talked about. We have to be strict about licensing. And of course, from the last 2-3 years, many words came up. Notice and take down. How does an artist ensure that they fight for their rights when they find that content fishers have actually unauthorizedly used their music or uploaded it on these platforms? So the new amendments, it's good the notice and take down is addressed in that clause. It will be a better way of curbing down these issues. You find your content is being infringed on, you go to the right authority to do the notice and take down.
Okay.
Yes,
She's there, yes. Yes, she is actually. The Honorable Minister mentioned that her office is open. Please visit it. Yeah, but I was just saying, because it's the copyright director for the musicians, please visit Miriam. She'll be available even after this conversation to provide as much information as is possible. So, Taiba, you mentioned something to do with streaming fraud. If we started talking about that, we'll spend the whole day here. I noticed that some musicians who actually have groups of people, when they release a song and it's on YouTube, they just send out a message, and you get like 200 people sitting and watching the song so that the hits go up. So the platforms now start querying some of that data, and then the artists start feeling like there's no value there. So this is something the artists also need to look into. I'll come to the regulator. Madam, from your comments earlier, you seem to have answered all my questions. But maybe you can just take us through some of the challenges we face as regulators. Being able to get the market to understand the role of a CMO, first of all, the role of URSB as a regulator, and understanding that music can actually be commercialized and actually benefit from it. What are those key challenges that we actually face as regulators?
Thank you very much, and thank you, fellow panelists. You talked about the takedown measures. Indeed, yes, we have expressly provided for this in the upcoming law, but even the current legislative system, you can apply to court and get an order to take down any website, any links that are infringing your materials. So the takedown measures are available for you and for everybody that is aggrieved by the acts of the pirates. Piracy is making unauthorized copies from the works from the protected works. If it is books, you find your books on the streets, many copies. You no longer see books.
Yeah.
That is one thing that we addressed. On the streets, you no longer see books on the streets. The regulators, as URSB, with Mr. Charles Batambuze, the Euro team, the Collective Management Society that is in charge of books, we worked together and police. We took down all those books on the streets that were being pirated. For the music and the challenges that we have, let me dwell on the question that we have asked. For us as regulators, like I mentioned, we have no excuse as artists or creative artists because we have the law, we have the policy, we have the environment, we have the institutional framework. The challenges that we have had is the cooperation. Sometimes, I know we have big names, we are big. Sometimes you're unreachable. We call meetings, we look for you, but you're too big to be reached. Even when we try to go through your managers, because this is for your own good, please always try to be available as celebrities. Be available for us, because whatever you're doing is going to benefit you. So we have had that challenge, that even when we want to create these cluster engagements, the big players, the big boys, the big girls in the industry are not there. Yes, the young people sometimes come or they send representatives. So be there or send a person that will give you this information. The other challenge that we have faced is the fact that many of you still fear to join collective management societies because that's the best vehicle for you to get. Otherwise, you're going to suffer the cost of moving from place to place trying to fight for your rights, which is unrealistic. So please join collective management societies. They may not be at the level at which we are, but we are not the only country. Most countries are struggling with collective management societies. Let's have the numbers. Register. Be part of the collective management society. Select the leaders that you trust, the governors, the boards that you trust, and then the systems that we can test and get to monitor the money, collect it, and pass it on. Otherwise, we don't have the numbers. How many do we have? Like in 3,000? Okay, almost 4,000. Are they out of millions of creatives? This is just for the performing artists. Mr. Charles Batambuze, how many numbers do you have on your records? 2,000. I don't see the film industry, the Federation for Movie Industry. Yes, my friend. How many numbers?
How many?
300. The film, you can imagine the film, they are still in 300, and we are so many. We are so many in this sector. So let's grow the numbers, join the collective management organizations, but also let's come with trust. Let's come with trust. You have accused us. You have accused us. We come to your meetings, you accuse us of stealing your money. What? We have never stolen your money. Never. You accuse us, you blame us. You're always playing victim. Be part of the solution. Be part of the solution. Join, come with trust, come with your skill. That leader you're blaming, what are you offering? You come up in terms of leadership. Be on the board. Be on the mobilization. Be an inspector. So be part of the system. Don't just accuse the system and blame people without really participating and being owning it. So belong to these groups. Come with your trust. Come with your skill. And then let's invest in the systems. We need to work with the Ministry of ICT. Of course, CMOs are private entities, but within the government infrastructure. I know with the support of the minister and the board, we can work with the Ministry of ICT and see how we can frame systems, because we have local skilled young ICT people here in Uganda. They are the ones that developed the systems that we use for business registration. Many of you have tested our system for business registration. It's locally made here. It is perfect. You get your business within an hour, a document within 30 minutes. I mean, everything is instant. So we have the resources here, the human capital. Let us train also champions. Be our champions. Because we've been in this discussion, but we need to see fruits. Let this law find us when we're organized. Otherwise, if we do not organize our groupings, then we will not resolve a lot. Maybe lastly, the different factions. You people, dealing with you has not been easy. Now let me say it in our Ugandan English. You go here, don't go. This is the president. This one is the chairman of what? Oh, why this association is here? Another one is sprouting here. Another one is for the new what? Then the born agains don't want to mix with the worldly what? Then the worldly people don't want to mix with the traditional, Kadongo Kamu. I know these are clusters and of different interests, but don't make it disrupt the whole infrastructure. Because we're already clustered. The creative sector is already clustered. You're already in clusters. So the system of governance has already set for you. Go to the Ministry of Gender. They have the classifications. Go to UCC. Go to the Culture Center. We all work together. We know all the clusterization. So don't make it hard for us. And maybe very lastly, be humble. Humility will get us solutions. Let's go on those tables and trust the experts, because Uganda has great experts in drafting your contracts. These contracts must be drafted. Many of you get into contracts. You don't engage your lawyers. We have so many lawyers. Our Vice President of the Law Society, Mr. Simba, please stand up again for recognition. We have so many lawyers that can draft for you these agreements. You don't engage your lawyers. You don't engage the experts. You sign into agreements that take away all your life for a lifetime, even your children's children. And maybe very lastly, just know that copyright lasts from the date of creation to your lifetime. If you live for 100 years, your lifetime, Mr. Nawiso. Then, and 50 years after death. So it means that your children, your grandchildren will earn from it. Look at the developed countries. MJ, Michael Jackson, I know the minister alluded to that in the speeches. The estates are getting a lot of money. Now let's go to our deceased artists. May their souls rest in peace. Are the families getting money? They are not. Yet people enjoy their music. Look at Philo Bongo Lutaya, radio. I mean, these are artists that all these, we can line them up. How many of their families are earning from that? So it starts with us, colleagues. There's money in music. There's money in music. So let us organize ourselves and get this money in the pockets of every household that has created the works. I thank you very much. And I believe that when we connect these dots, the solutions are here. The solutions are here. We can gain a lot. And the main solution is getting money in Emma Carlos' pocket, in Masanyarazi's pocket, in Ragadi's pocket, using music as a wealth creation tool. We can talk about agriculture, we can talk about minerals, we can talk about oil and gas, but the creative sector, colleagues, is the oil and gas, is the gold, is the minerals that we have, because it is intellectual. That's the first property. And the beauty is that the Ugandan law in 2019, we made it available and possible for you to use your music as collateral to get loans. We have Bankers Association. We had invited them. The Uganda Bankers Association. Yes, you can use your music. You can use your books. You can use your creative works to get a loan from the bank. We just need to work on the valuation aspects. So you have the money, you're seated on it. Now it's time to mine it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, the Registrar General. Okay. So finally, she has said you have to be present, be champions, be organized, and be humble. just be humble. So it's now time for us to go to the audience. We'll get the roving mic. Kathy, Monica, and the others. We'll start with the honorable here, and then we'll take like 4 questions. We'll do a round of 4, and then give the panelists a chance to respond. Fenon, if you could help with the mics. Start with the honorable here.
Thank you, MC Mr. Nabende. I want to thank the panelists for the discussions. Thank you so much. I have 2 questions, but before that, just to amplify the notion that there is money in music, and there is a lot of money in creatives. This morning I heard that California has now overtaken Japan as the world's 4th biggest economy. California, just a state of the US. Why? Their creative industry is the biggest in the whole world. And I think that is common knowledge to everyone. That economy is driven by the creatives. Now they have overtaken Japan. Can you imagine Japan has been overtaken by California state just because of the creatives? So this is a serious matter that we can get a lot of money from. Now the question is, the Registrar General says money is not coming in. I wanted you to illustrate to us, especially me, I'm a stakeholder, but I'm not very privy to how the money flows in from the time it plays on a radio station, TV, YouTube, at a party, at a function like this, how that translates into money for the CM collective management societies. Just a small illustration, because I know there is a law, although it is not sufficient, but just a small illustration, then we can be able to look into the details as provided for in the upcoming law. The second one is, although the money is not flowing, I know there is something small. There must be something small. So what are the earnings as of today? Probably the last time you did an evaluation. What was the collective, the total earnings to all the collective management societies, and the highest for the highest earning artist as it is today? It can help us to be able to understand the trend. Thank you so much.
Go to Honorable Chiaga, then we'll come here before we cross. Mr. Tamze will come to you after. Just allow me to start with him, then I'll come to you after.
Thank you. Mine goes to Madam Mercy. Yes, the law is going to be passed. That I believe. How are we prepared? Because just like IFRIS, I relate this law to IFRIS. It might meet a snag in the way or on the way. How are we prepared to make sure that we do the necessary sensitization to all the stakeholders? Because I would expect like such a gathering to have, for example, telecom companies in here. Because musicians are majorly complaining about the telecom companies. They are nowhere. Whenever we contact them, they seem to be bigger than the industry. Yet we accommodate them and feed them. So how are we prepared to have every stakeholder on board? Secondly, I'm glad we have colleagues here on board. We are in the budgeting process. I've heard Madam Nasuna talk about the necessary infrastructure to accommodate this baby we are about to deliver. You have no gadgets. Recently, I heard the president commissioning the copyright management system, which I wondered how it is going to work, minus the copyright being tuned to the modern world or to the modern times. So, where do you propose these gadgets? And if we are to build the infrastructure to mother this copyright baby, it is the budgeting process. How far have you raised this issue to the necessary bodies such that we have the chairperson information is here. It is a budgeting process and we need to be prepared. I don't know which gadget you talked about. Lastly, Honorable Minister, it is the gap. between government agencies and bodies. The industry seems to be excommunicated from the relevant bodies. When we talk about the musicians, the creatives, the industry is scattered in regards to the ministry. I sit on the gender committee, but I will be open. I've ever sent a minister of gender to go back and have something incorporated in the budget because they had completely ignored the industry. There was nothing like budgeted for in the music, in the creative world. I was like, you are answerable for this ministry. This year, how are you planning to have this industry move? So, the issue of an independent ministry or that ministry that caters for a creative industry comes in, Honorable Minister. Lastly, Honorable Minister, maybe this came before you were assigned the role of Minister for Justice, but in 2022, July, that is when the copyright law, that was when I was granted leave to work on the copyright law amendment. Much as we want to welcome the baby, I'm disappointed by the delay, but I'm glad we were gazetted to have this law put in place, and I'm supportive still. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to the Hotel Owners Association.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank URSP for this very important discussion. And as the CEO mentioned, my name is Tess. I'm the chairman of Bar, Restaurant and Nightclub Association. And I've been working with the Uganda Performance Rights Society for the last 10 years because I believe our artists, our Ugandan artists, to be number one in Africa. I have been working, I'm here in Uganda for the last 27 years, and Ugandan artists, they have the capacity to be number one. Let me tell you, before 10 years, I went to my home country, Eritrea, to visit. More than 4 clubs, they were playing Ugandan music, and I was shocked, and I was very proud. So, but what we have to do, our association engaged with URSP and UPRS. We had twice a meeting, and I gave my concern, 3 important points. Number 1, awareness. The bars, they don't know about this license. Whenever there is an operation, people, they come to them, they call me, oh, chairman, is there any license like this? What we know is only KCCA license. Nobody knows about this performance. I mean the UPRS. So we need to invest a lot of time, people to be aware about to pay this license. If you go your research, just do your research, go to Kavalagala, to all bars, even the big bars sometimes. What is this license? What they know is only investment license, KCA license, bar license, even there is a pool license. If you have a pool, you have to pay. So we need to have, we need to spend time. Number 2, I was discussing with all the stakeholders regarding the payments. Most people that they asked me, let's say people they pay a restaurant license is 243,000. But sometimes for performance license is like 1 million. So how come KCCA they are charging at this, but this one is 1 million? You see, we need to revise and we need to call at least like a meeting or workshop to give awareness and then to discuss about these payments. Our association has a plan in 2019 at least to register like between 2,500 to 5,000 bars in the whole of Uganda. Unfortunately, 2020, the COVID came and then the project collapsed. But still we have a plan. And we have to convince our people to pay this money so that our artists will benefit from this.
Thank you.
Number 3, the last
Final, yes.
one question is very important. We need these guys to have means of collection. I gave them many times. Maybe let's connect with KCCA. When anyone is getting a KCCA license, let's be a mandatory that, do you have this license? The way they ask when you are registering anything, a license, do you have URSP, this certificate of cooperation? The same like that, anyone when he's going to get a license, please bring that certificate. Thank you very much.
Yes. Let's just take one and then we give the panel chance. We'll take 4 questions because I see we're trying to catch up on time. Let's take his, we'll give the panel chance, then we'll come back to you.
Thank you. My name is Katumba Faizo. I work with the Uganda Federation of Movie Industry. And my question goes to whoever is here. How best can we avoid reducing intellectual property or creative industry to music? All the examples here, music. When you look at the panelists, purely music. When I look at the beautiful t-shirt, music. How best can we? And when I heard the promise of government, the minister said that government is promising to protect the Ugandan music. Oh, mama.
Maybe just to clarify, it is a theme for this year. So we always celebrate World Intellectual Property Day, but this year's theme is focusing on music. That is why we are discussing music today. Previous IP days have discussed different aspects of IP. That's why you see there, it says feel the beat of IP. This year's theme is IP and music. Feel the beat. That's purely why we are discussing music today. So we'll just go to the panel. Registrar General, we started with Honorable Baka, who asked about a quick view on how the money flows, as well as to Ms. Nasuna, the earnings, and the highest earning artists. So go to the Registrar General about how the money flows. And
Yes, thank you very much. The work under copyright must be paid for. It's not for free, especially when you're going to use it for commercial purposes. You can make a copy of a CD or pick some music for private use under the law, but if you go beyond private use, you have to pay, and that is the basis. Every hotel, every actually party, the weddings, every public show, every hospital, every taxi, every plane, even this office, whoever plays music of any artist must pay a certain fee to the Collecting Management Society, and Madam Nasuna will break it down for us. So it is by law. And it is that fee that is collected from the individuals or the entities that use that money collected by Collecting Management Societies that is kept on behalf, that is the royalties, on behalf of the people that own that music. But it only benefits the people who are in the Collecting Management Society, and that is why we need systems to track which exact music is highly played. Is it Sanyu's music, for example? Should Sanyu get the same royalties like an upcoming artist? Those are the questions, the deep questions in terms of setting a system that can censor all these plays and performances by the different players. Madam Nasuna will give the breakdown of the cost and what is collected from bars, from hotels.
Yes, Arjun, maybe before she comes in, Honorable Chaga asked about how prepared are we with the different players to make sure that the law actually works and people don't fight it.
Oh, yes. Now, the law, we started on that amendment actually about 8 years ago as Uganda Registration Services and the Ministry of Justice. We had been collecting a lot of information. We engaged every stakeholder. And when we saw the private member put that bill before Parliament, we had to invite and have that meeting with even the leader of opposition to tell them that government has been doing this, and whatever has been proposed in that private member's bill was already covered 98% by what we had prepared. And so we harmonized and came up with a bill which has the speed, of course, of formulating the law is generally about maybe between 2 to 3 years in terms of the African timelines. It would have been even better to get a law, pass it within the next 6 months, but that's not how it is. But the beauty is that at least most steps have been taken, and we're at the tail end of it. And the telecoms, indeed, you mentioned the telecoms. We invited them, and they hold some money, especially the fact that now in the new law, we shall come back to discuss the new law, we have provided for caller ringback tunes, should be paid for at a certain percentage. It's a good percentage. And whichever telecommunication company plays your music, they must pay you a certain fee. It has been a different arrangement and very rudimentary and exorbitant, especially on the part of the holders, and this is going to be addressed. On the issue of our preparedness, as far as we are concerned, we have engaged most of the stakeholders, but it's a continuous business. We have drafted a strategy for communication and engagement and awareness. Somebody spoke to awareness. It's all about awareness, how we break down this information, because even the current law, what has been done, how much is known since 2006 when it was formulated. So we are putting a lot of effort in communication and awareness and simplification of this law. So when we call upon you, when we knock on your doors, please receive us and understand the provisions of this law, because they are for your own benefit. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, RG. So, Ms. Nasun, I will go to you. I'll give you time, Carlos. Don't worry. We had agreed. Ms. Nasun, I will go to you about the earnings and then the highest earning artists currently from UPRS.
Thank you, Honorable, for the question. There is hope in our CMO. Actually, UPRS has made some money. That is why we've been able to be in existence since 1985. We've made money, but we've not maxed out on our capacity. And the hope that this CMO brings is that at least we have ever distributed a 4 million shilling to an artist as the maximum, and the lowest, a 50,000. But I want us to appreciate that the distribution is based on fairness. It's equitable. It means we give you depending on how much your work has been consumed. So when we look at a margin of the 4 million and the 5 million, the person getting the 5 million should have hope that it is possible to get a 4 million. Sorry, a 50,000. All you need is to understand that how do I make my work get that popularity and be consumed to the level of maxing out the market. Then the Registrar General tasked me to give a breakdown on the funds, and it will also address on the question of the President for the bars. We do not just go out to collect, and we do not collect a blanket license for every user. We have parameters that we benchmark with. We have a tariff that is in existence. And before we even go out to collect, because we know the complexity of what we are selling, it is a product where a user will ask you, it's my radio, it's my flash, and I pay Netflix. Why should I pay you? We make an extra effort to engage. I want to appreciate that we still need to do a lot of the education, not only with the users, but also our creatives that we are working for, to make sure that we reach a level of understanding for the creative to appreciate that, okay, the CMO has been here long enough and they have collected the maximum of 600 million. The 600 raises hope that we have not even moved out of the Kampala metro. What does that speak to? Music is everywhere, and the beauty is we actually stretch beyond the Ugandan borders. Okay. We're supposed to collect on behalf of other reciprocal partners. Okay. So for me, I know if we put the structures right, we get the right facilities, like Dr. Chiaga is also bringing it out, but it comes with a funding, and not a small funding. It comes with that synergy to make things move.
Okay.
This sector has the capacity to actually override other sectors that have been given the right attention.
So when I say colleagues, money is coming.
Money is coming.
Okay. We'll take, in the interest of time, this is good feedback. You know, Carlos, I'll come to you. We had agreed. I promise you'll get the microphone. Let's take, the Honorable is here, so I have to take Honorable, we'll go to Bush Baby, we'll go to him, and then Mr. Batambuze. Let's take, okay. Let's start with the Honorable, we'll go to Bush Baby, and then we'll cross the side. Yes, after him.
Thank you.
It's on.
I want to ask the representative of the CMOs. I want to know whether you have developed application for registration of artists, and how simple it is for them to get registered. Because you may think it is difficult to get them, and yet the process of them registering with the CMOs varies for various creatives is just stressing and difficult. So I would suggest you develop applications that even on their phones, they are able to get through, register, and even pay the payments that are required there online. And then you have their leaders, the associations of musicians, of all these other creatives, to be educating them on how to get there. Because before you get the money, you must have the people that are going to bring that money. 2, I wanted you to make me understand how you collect this money and the system that you use. Is it a manual one? Is it the one which is highly supported by technology? Are you considering having in technology and applications that would really sense the voice of an artist which is fed in the system, so that whenever the song is played, the system is able to detect this is a Masanjarazi, this is that, and this is that? Because if we don't get to technology supporting us there, then trusting on human beings is going to cause us this problem. And finally, the CMOs. How committed are you people in this process of helping the creatives? Because even when they complain, we are not going to accept to downplay the complaints. We must take them as a challenge of where there are gaps so that we bridge them and solve the problem. Because for the 50 years or so we have been there, but you can see the speed at which we are moving. So URSB, this is your task, to ensure that the CMOs, the management, and the leaders, you are regulating and supervising them. We are looking at their cost of operation against what they save to distribute to the creatives. These are issues that we must look into them if at all we are to help this industry to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Bush Baby.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. My first observation or submission has a dotted line to, I think, UCC. When shall we have a candid conversation about Facebook? Pre-pandemic, most of the young people you see in here, the mode of distribution was through Facebook. And I'm sure in your books as a URSB, you have lots of businesses registered as online or digital outfits. So I think sometimes we tend to be enemies of our own progress. A lot of people are making money off Facebook. Is there a time when we shall have a candid legal conversation about Facebook? If not, is there a local solution, being thought about? Number 2, of course, I just want to re-echo patriotism. We've talked about trust, transparency. I think there is need for URSB to make a big case from the budget holders, a case for sensitization. Honorable Norbert Mao, when you go to Chankwanzi, don't only talk about political ideology. I think patriotism should also include now things like this. If today it's me, but tomorrow it will be your daughter. How would you feel if your daughter put out an album and someone is robbing them? You talked about your son having dreadlocks. Those dreadlocks are a result of him consuming a lifestyle of music, meaning that he's actually paying somebody. If you give him pocket money and he goes and fixes those locks, it means he's actually enabling someone, he's putting food on someone's table. My last submission has a dotted line again to, I think, immigration and internal affairs, if we have someone in here. We have, this is a case study that I observed in Tanzania while I worked there. When Chameleon is advertised, or Bebe Cool, or Juliana, or whoever is advertised in Tanzania to go and perform, the minute you go through immigration, you're required, I think, to pay. It's a work permit. There's a fee you pay as long as you're going there to perform. Do we have such a situation through immigration, and is there a proper paper trail of that money that comes back and then, helps to improve the economy of our art sector? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd request that we limit the questions now, because fatigue will start to set in and people will start to meditate. So if we can just, yes, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for the kind words, and the CEO. I'm Noah Maranya, a visual arts practitioner, and I made a mistake in 1994 to promote music.
Oh.
Yeah, because I thought I was going to promote the arts generally, to grow up together. And I challenged the media to stop publishing foreign content. And within a year, all the newspapers had changed to Ugandan music. Some of you are looking at me as if I'm coming from Mars. Yes, I actually promoted El Wamala and the music back to the 60s. I brought back the music back to the 60s to the table, and the discussion started. Once that was done, I realized there was also theater. So I went into theater. I did the Bakayimbira, the Afri-Talent, and the others. Then I went back to my trade, visual arts. Why am I giving you this background? It's about mindset change. The problem, whatever, we have very nice laws, but they are not informed by our culture and traditional values. Once you don't have that, you'll have a problem. It will be a good law, but will not be embraced. How do you address the mindset change? Introduce the culture economy course unit, so that people actually learn the culture economy and appreciate and understand how you can make money and benefit from it. And then there's another course which needs to be done, to be introduced. Scouting, management, scouting, developing, and management of talent. What you have are artists whom you expect to be managers as well. It's a hell lot of work creating. Managing is another talent altogether. Distribution is another talent altogether. So while we are looking at this copyright law, for it to actually to make sense and be useful, those things must be taken care of, and teaching and appreciating of culture must start from primary school, nursery school, if possible, but not stop and not avoid it during secondary education and then wait for it at university. When you see in parliament, in the cabinet, your colleagues, I believe if you tell them that we make money for them, they will not agree with you. Yet, every weekend, I want to make this statement. The creative industry is the largest employer in Uganda. Let anybody with the contrary information produce undisputed evidence to the contrary. The creative economy employs more people and brings in more money than any other industry in Uganda. Every weekend, those 2 days alone, 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, people get employed, people earn money. URA is has the information but they deliberately refuse to analyze it to make sense of our contribution. And UBOS should have been here too. Minister of Education, UBOS, and Minister of Finance are the impediment to our development. I beg to submit.
Thank
Over
you.
to you.
So we'll take three. Yes, we'll start with the chairperson of UPRS, then we'll come to, yes, Madam Kawalia, go to Mr. Batambuze. We'll come to you.
Thank you.
No, I can't forget you, Carlos.
For starters, I want to commend the RG for saying that it is not the absence of the law. So what is absent? On my own part, I want to say also the will from your own part as government to enforce this law. Why do I say so? As UPRS, one of our biggest market base would be the broadcasters. The gentleman from, yes, UCC. Why are you refusing to help us? Lately, I hear you overhyping. You want people to pay for the performance permits. But then, you let the broadcasters walk away. You give them licenses, even when you have it under your requirements, that corporate compliance is one of the requirements. But then they don't pay the licenses. Why don't you ask them that where is, just like you were talking about the TREP, the tax registration expansion program. Posta had almost gone away. But right now, you cannot register a company here without having a box office number. Am I right? Yes. And they don't need to come here to enforce. It is not coercive. So UCC, please, we beg. We suppliantly beg. Please, help the industry. Away from that, I want to answer the chairman here of the Bars Association. What do you consume? Do you go to the brewery and get the beer for free to serve to your customers? Can they have it without the music? No. So you consume the music. The music is the food for the ears, for the customers. It brings in the customers. In fact, I wanted to use this platform to let you know that those tariffs you're considering high were last revisited in 2016. Am I right, Mr. Wasula? 2016. I like the analogy the RG gave about music being land. If I bought a plot of land today, next year it would be much higher. Am I right? So it is only music that does not appreciate. So please, we are going to engage you. We are going to revisit those tariffs. Matter of fact, the tariffs have not been having sound recording. They have only been one-sided. They have only been having musical works. Yet the international standard is that there's musical works and then there's sound recording. So we are going to engage you to revisit the tariffs. In fact, not downwards, but higher.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Batambuze and Madam Juanita Kawalia. We'll start with the lady and then we'll go to...
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I just want to explain this. In fact, I didn't want to talk to say anything. When you talk about URSB, I just want to go. That is the feeling I had. I've been, Joanita, my father was a musician. In that same level with the Eli Wamala. Mr. Nyanzo Wechitiwa knows it very well, and Wechitiwa James was. Then I've been in the music industry for 30 years now. Africa Band will be celebrating 50 years. Now I even feel bad because my daughter wants to be a musician. She did music in Makerere, passed very well in the first class. He can always witness. And I'm like saying, really? Can you imagine? To take this to be your business. When I've been there and I'm like, what can I do? I'm so, I don't know what to say. At times, I don't know whether I feel the beat. myself, because you can't imagine your father was a musician who didn't actually benefit, but you always understand the dynamics of what was happening in this country. But by that time, they managed to go to Nairobi by that time, and they copied that UPRS, where they selected that young man by that time, where is Owechitiba James Wasula, as a young person, to help them bond that. Then when we started here, we had all the conflicts. Madam Massey, you know. Me, I said, I don't want to go back to URSP because I'll be fighting with them. And when by the time we are trying to fight, the Wuma people, you came in. You see all the struggle. And it's, you know, times that you're like, do I really need to be with these people? Me, I'm an activist with HIV, but things work. But with the artists, I don't know. I don't know whether this thing is stopping today. Hey, you come here and you harmonize and you are like, you are going to do this. Then other people are going at the back. You find them at Honorable Mao saying different things. And you are like, stupid. Why we are not like trusting each other? Honorable Hillary, you did a lot with Honorable Magola at the same time. But these people, you the artist, me, I don't know. What is funny, I'm an artist, but I'm a teacher. That makes me feel like, should I fight you? Should I beat you? What should we do? Let me hope that this time we are here to say the truth. But this system of coming here, you'd go another step and then you go back. It really annoys me. And I even don't know whether I tell my child to leave music. Huh? Then she decided to take music. Is that fair? I'm like stuck. I was born by a musician. I've been a musician. My daughter, do you decide to become a musician? Where you are having people like this? It's not like fair, but it is God's will. Let us be saying the truth and we will be ready to work with you. Madam Master, some of us have seen us in your, when we are up there, yeah, and we are not in this very big building. But we've worked and worked, and other people go behind. Me, I hate you, artist. If you are to do this, don't call me again. If you are saying the truth, let us be true. I went in a school which is called Trinity College in Abingo, and our motto is to be true. If you are true, us will be ready to tell the young artist to come on board, and they will work, and we will work, because we know we are almost to retire, but we want to retire in a good way. We've worked, we've actually worked. We've not benefited. My father died when he didn't get too much, but by that time, he was the biggest artist. And I know if we work, we could even end better. And we knew, me, I've been saying, almost 10 years back, but people who will be in the industry in years to come, they will be better. So I thought we will be strengthening what we've done. But this system of you people coming here and then you go away and you change. Me, I don't want to be with you. But if you feel we are going to do the truth and to be true, I'll be ready to work even more.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Carlos, you said you're going to behave. Please mobilize people to behave. You remember? Mr. Batambuze?
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Batambuze. As I was introduced earlier, I head the Uganda Reproduction Rights Organization, but I'm also the vice chair of the National Culture Forum. So I'm going to wear two hats, because sometimes I'm the mouthpiece for people. I say certain things that the industry wants. Registrar General talked about the issue of a land title for music, but also for books and all the other things, which is actually registration of copyright. One of the challenges that we have is even though we have talked for years that the cost of registration is too high, the reductions have been so small. When we started out with registering, we'd pay application fees here, 50,000, then go to UPPC to pay the gazette fees. At that time, it was 450,000. So it would mean if I want to register the copyright for my book, I'd have to spend 500,000. The challenge is for me to make 500,000 from sales, I'd have to sell many copies. And the same applies to music. So, Honorable Minister, we are still being overcharged for the gazette fees, especially, and I don't know, we need a solution so that we can have more works registered. At my CMO, we have many authors come to us to say, oh, my book is on Amazon, how do I take it down? And Amazon, for instance, normally asks for evidence of ownership of the work. So what we have decided to do is to encourage people to actually swear affidavits, because affidavits are also accepted. But the natural thing would have been these certificates of copyright. Of course, the other thing is the time it takes, because when you gazette, you have to wait for a certain period before you get your certificate. But if you have just discovered that your work is being pirated on a certain website, you want immediate action. So maybe that's also an issue that you need to look at. The second issue, Honorable Minister, in cabinet there, you sit with your fellow colleagues that owe us money. Apart from the bars, apart from the broadcasters, you know, people outside of government is also a consumer of creative works. Government is the consumer of music. Government is the consumer of literature. Government is the consumer of film. Many government offices nowadays have gyms where they have music, but those places are not licensed. They have TVs where they watch Nigeria and so on, but they don't have a license from UFMI. They photocopy works, but they don't have licenses for doing that. So, as a sign of goodwill, I would request, Honorable Minister, that you encourage your colleagues, maybe the Minister of Finance. It can be a collective thing that government, in the next financial year, let us hear that government has budgeted money for royalties for artists and writers across government.
Thank you.
Finally, the issue of piracy is a very serious one, especially nowadays that we have gadgets. Recently, John Kazora passed on, and many of you received his book for free. So it means his estate will never benefit anything from the sale of the book. So the issue of gadgets is a serious issue that is affecting our industry. We know downtown in Kampala, for example, that those hawkers, they announce flash ya mutwalo, music wachi. Wawerere. Yes. Then films, for instance, a film downtown is 200 shillings. When will you make 1 million shillings from selling films? I've also seen that gadgets are also being used to exploit books. For instance, a book that would cost 140,000, you can get it at 5,000 on a flash. And yet, when we argued and raised the issue that, let us have a levy on the gadgets, government did not think that this was a serious proposal. But now that the ball game has gone to Parliament, we'll be there. And we begin to sell the idea that, these gadgets are actually impacting the creative industry in a very bad way. Of course, they have improved access to content, but at access, we are not benefiting from it. Many of us are very popular, but we are too broke. Help us to become richer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Batambuze. The last one. I'm trying to manage time, so please keep it short.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief to avoid further fatigue. RRG and our chief guest, thanks so much. Mine is a solution.
Okay.
We've had countless meetings here, and it's been all about questions every time we gather here. But let me propose 1 or 2 questions. I'm Brian Kajubi, and I want to sympathize with my mom, Joanita Kawaliashi. The singer, rather, my singer. The truth of the matter is we shall discuss the law, we shall advocate for the law, etc., etc. RRG and I think Chairperson, Legal Affairs Committee alluded to this. Perception, professionalism, and attitude. Now, by way of example, our artists, most of them, die as performers.
They die as?
They die as performers. Not copyright owners. That is the genesis of the problem. Even because of the attitude, I think Cindy talked about it. I joined the industry, all I need is fame. By the time I clock 45, I have 2 kids. That's when now I mature, professional and business-wise. Then I start to look for a business manager, go get these ETC deals. But in the beginning, I was concerned about my name. So that name will not help me when a record label, when URSB, a tourism company, wants to use my work, and that work actually is owned by either a record label or a songwriter or even a producer. All I have is performance rights. For example, under the current law, most artists who compose or performed works way back, right now you had the Kasu Kira caveat, you saw it, caveat emptor. But feel sorry for someone who thought that if I passed on, my family will enjoy. They only have merely performance rights. Number two, and lastly, is to do with, I want to emphasize the importance of the collecting societies, in particular, UPRS. You see, Indians have a policy: take care of the small monies, and those small monies will take care of the millions. Now, you as an artist, you may have a lot of money from concerts, okay? But time will come whereby these small monies from the collecting society will make sense to you. I'll give an example. You may not run after, she talked about it, radio stations, etc. You want to go to Kenya to pursue an infringer, okay? You're focused on creating work. Now, the beauty about UPRS is that it can even act as a tool of mediation indirectly or settling disputes. This dispute of Mohanja and Bebekul, the only solution is UPRS. If you're saying that I uploaded this, if I'd deposited some money to UPRS, that would have been Uganda Airlines recently. It was slapped with intention to sue. But that issue was resolved by UPRS. I don't know whether you're aware of it. So when they forwarded the demand letter, you just check with UPRS, and luckily they were depositing money in UPRS. This artist was a member. That was the end of the case. So the point I'm trying to make is that it all goes back to awareness and professionalism. You will not earn a lot of money if you don't have well-documented work. Go to the studio, enter into an agreement with the song producer, songwriter, let it be documented, have your receipts. Tomorrow, a very big company, UNICEF, will approach you. They will not call you for a concert, but they want to use your work, and they are paying you $1 million for 10 years or for whichever period. They will ask you, we need proof of registration. I don't need to register. So we need to encourage our creatives, artists, to pursue the line of professionalism, which ends with the land title. You see, since the law says we don't need to register copyright, but Carlos, Cinda, and Jajaragadi encourage these people. Do you know why? The bit about this title is, for me who's reviewing a client's agreement, who's going to buy your musical work, I'll emphasize that to avoid future disputes, let this person prove ownership. Ownership will not be owned by uploading on YouTube. My client will not be safe. So I need that guarantee, that kind of security for my client. Recently, UCC did something funny. When they said they are banning Nkudi, and what else? Nkudi, Okwepicha.
Yeah.
Under the copyright law, unlike in trademark law, where if your work is contrary to the law or morality, they won't register. If that work had been registered, okay, I have my certificate. The basis you can do is radio stations don't play work which is below our minimum standards, but you can't ban a work which URSB will recognize if I registered it, or if consumers. Why I'm emphasizing this? Had I obtained certificate registration, probably would have given me a basis to take on any other person that tries to distort my work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. Let me give Carlos, I'll give you 2 minutes, please, Carlos. No, it's okay. We'll share the recording maybe.
Honorable Norbert Mao, Owemome, thank you very much for coming. Chairman and RG, protocol observed. Well, my name is Emma Carlos. I'm a music business consultant, and I've managed talent for the last 20 years. My catalog for artists is well documented. You can Google me. However, I want to speak on the business side, because when Honorable Chairman for the Committee of Justice said that California has taken over Japan, so how are we going to do that in relation to the what? To the law. A standard musician like Cindy, Raga D, Dr. Hildeman operates in the market as a brand. And these are the revenue streams according to percentage that they earn. When it comes to public performance, it's 76%, and it's in peak season. That Cindy, waba grossing $1 million, 75% from that money is from what? Public performances. Then licensing, which is talking about merchandising, which is Cindy, Twina merchandise. The Cindy baby. Those jumpers are supposed to be all over. Eh? Then the other one is streaming platforms. What David is talking about. That one contributes 25% to the gross earnings of a what? Of a musician. And then the CMO money, Nasuna Zaoyogerako, contributes 5%. Are we together? Kati your business module, so how is the law going to help us? Create demand. Uncle Charles has talked about music. The flash ya werere music wa werere flash ya achi ya mutwalo eteka ligana tuyamba tutyawo abo nabalino bakwata. They are infringing on what? Right. On the rights. Kill that piracy, create demand. Sindi abenga music wa ragadi na bamusanga wa streaming platforms zijja kushooting. Demand yonge koze echi ngevudde wa okatale. Then 2, take down streaming platforms. Abalala bano bana how we biz MP3 Jaja, DJ Elcom. Mercy, you go to DJ Elcom and see how many plays and downloads Cindy's music has. Imagine you're a pirate to Mujeo. That means only source you can get Cindy's music is on the what? On the streaming platforms. Out to earning. Take out to Akasembayo. CMOs to Ziambo Kunganya. It's got to be to 5 what? 5%. Everybody has talked about how best the CMOs can do what? Can collect. Last but not least, njagala ku complementing akucha Cindy. Cindy, there are 3 categories of artists in the music industry. There's self-producing, like Ragadi. It's okay, it's a module accepted. You're an independent artist, you're from a record label, it's okay. I have artists I represented and managed, it's okay. Songs Haven is a record label, it's okay. Every business module is acceptable in the what? In the market. However, the question is, and moving forward, how are we going to help that? Let's streamline revenue sharing. Standards were ziri. Record label, manager. Actually, we are the biggest professional and business wing of the what? Of the industry. But how best are we going to share the what? The revenue transparently. To manage record labels is it's a business module accepted and it's been successful all over the world. However, let's discuss the business what? The revenue sharing module. Where's these standards? Neza Uganda. Winning a consultant.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to give chance to Mr. Wasula up there to say something, and then we'll get back to you. Excuse me, please, because of the time.
Thank you very much, MC. Thank you very much, RRG, for convening us, and thank you, panelists, for the contributions you have given us. Honorable Minister, I want to say this, and I'm happy you are still here. Our challenge in the music industry particularly, but also overall, is mindset. RRG said we are playing carrot and stick approach to enforcement. It's not going to work, unfortunately. It has to be stick. Why? You write a book and publish. Honorable ministers, except Honorable Mao, will say, where is my book? He wants a free one. Your Africa is performing at Sheraton. Ministers, except Honorable Mao, will say, where is my complimentary ticket? The mindset here in Uganda is free. Not that they can't afford. The bars here are saying, KCC is charging 50,000. Why are you charging 1 million? It's mindset. What is KCCA giving you apart from permission? And you are happy about that. But I'm giving you a product. Now you want me to charge like the KCCA? No. Do you sell beer at that rate? Whiskey at that rate? How much is a bottle of whiskey? He's not going to say KCCA is 50, therefore my bottle of whiskey is 50. No. So, Honorable Minister, the question is mindset. What are we going to do, RRG? Let's go out and enforce. Deploy your inspectors like you did with the books or like we used to do in the past. People will change. They will appreciate that you have to. I have not had sensitization meetings with the Ministry of Transport about the traffic laws. They just tell you keep left. Nobody is going to shout we are not sensitized. You just keep left. If you don't, the policeman is there to arrest you. The other issue Charles touched on, but Honorable Minister, is very, very important. While we are waiting for these new systems to come into place, we need to move with what is available. You cannot say private copying revenue is bad or unapplicable. It is the thing to do. We have to charge computers, laptops, handsets, and so on, a fee that will bridge that private copying issue. And since it was removed from the draft bill, we pray it is reinstated. It's a matter that is going to bridge the gap while we move ahead.
Thank you.
Lastly, CEO UPRS, Madam Nasuna, you are waiting for your technology to take place. You can also use the analog systems available so that you distribute what you collect. Don't wait for the new things to come, then you distribute. When we were still in charge, we asked radio stations to give us their playlists because these computers generate these playlists. And Radio 1 and Capital FM, we are giving us this information. And it is a basis that you can use to distribute. Don't wait for the new technology to distribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'll now give the Honorable Minister a chance to say something because I see most of the issues, and I saw you noting, Honorable Minister, issues to do with the cost of registration, the gazette fees, and the law generally. So if I can get a microphone to the Honorable Minister.
Actually, you have given me homework. I don't think I should start saying this is right, this is wrong, or this is what I'm going to do. Let me tell you why we have a government. Because that's the starting point of all this debate. Why do we have government? Basically, government is supposed to do four things. The first one is to protect our borders. That's why we have the army. So if anybody tries to do anything which violates our territorial integrity, we make sure they regret it using force. That's one thing. That border of ours. The way you protect your house, you put a note at your gate, big dog, umbwa kali, even if it is kabwaka choli. So that is one role of government. The second role of government is to make sure that we have laws. And the laws have to be written. And laws are not suggestions. When you pass a law, the law is not suggesting. Basically, you are telling us that we are treating the copyright laws as if they are suggestions. We are implementing them selectively. That's what you are telling us. Number 3, we ensure that nobody violates your right. Nobody with kataimbwa comes and beats you. Nobody comes to break into your house. The government must always be there. And that's why a government is not an emotional, a government doesn't have feelings. That's why a government can hang you. A government can, knowing that you are going to leave widows and orphans, but the government will hang you. Because when the government says go to court for 40 years, your widows will be there, your orphans, and they'll put the handcuff and take you. So that is government. And the reason they are doing that is because we want the majority who love and obey the law to enjoy the country. Those who don't want to enjoy the country, we have where to keep them. And we don't say whether it is good or bad, moral or immoral. Government is not immoral. Government is not moral. Government is amoral. That is what government does. And that's why if you are parents and you mistreat your baby, we come and take away the baby. And we say, you are a citizen, you deserve to be in a good and safe environment. And that is it. If you violate traffic, we tow your car and go and keep it. Now, we know that the majority of citizens love peace. And our job is to ensure that people enjoy their country. Those who don't want to enjoy the country, there's a facility where they can learn how to behave better. That's the third role of government. Number 4 is to adjudicate conflicts. If you are disagreeing as citizens, then the government says, based on our evidence, you are right, you are wrong. This is your land, this is not yours. And once we say this is your land, if you come to insist, that's why those who do political science say government is a leviathan. It is a monster which is there to look at you and say, this is what you are going to do, whether you like it or not. It is as simple as that. Unfortunately, of course, we have democracy, so people vote, people do this, but once you're voted, then the government has to do its role. And democracy is also not total, because we have the power, then we give it away to the MPs. They are only 550 something. So they decide everything on our behalf. So the democracy is also not total. Because a vote is like a gun. That's why in the past, decisions in the days of monarchies, if you have a kingdom, it is the Kabaka, Lukiko, they decide. And the rest were called subjects, not citizens. But now, because of democracy, we are citizens. Would you give a gun to somebody who is not trained? But we now give a vote to everybody, even those who can sell their vote for 500 shillings. So I take back the homework. Basically, you have shown that you don't have confidence in us in government. And I'm going to take the message on Monday. I'll tell the cabinet that the musicians said that we are conspiring against them. That tulimo kuba kisikirize kya musota. The real snake you are saying are the broadcasters. They are these telecom companies. Now we are here harassing street people, selling 5 books and saying that we are protecting your copyright. Basically, that is what you have told me. Now, I hear you want the truth, but can you handle it? I hear you want amazima. Okay, number 1 is that you are saying musicians are getting more attention than others. Okay, the truth is, olujja oluwogana ennyo lwe lufuna grease. Now, that's the truth. Yeah, so, if the door does not make noise, those days when we used to escape to go and dance, some doors are stubborn. When you are now about to exit, it makes noise. So you look for some oil and you say tonight it must not make noise. So it is the hinge which creaks, which gets the grease. So the musicians are the ones who have been making a lot of noise. So that is the truth. So everybody else now wake up. It is as simple as that. Yeah. Everybody else wake up. Because this door of music has been making noise. Too much. So obviously the government had to look for some grease and it is not completely silent. But at least even this copyright law is part of the grease. But now all of you are going to benefit. Because now, after silencing the noisy door, you may say, okay, let me now put oil generally. Yeah, so that is what is likely to happen. I will also send, the MPs are here, they also have a gym, and there's a lot of music played there. Dr. Hildeman, are you a member of the gym? Yeah, it is, for those who don't know, it is in the basement. So when you are going to the conference room where the committee is likely to sit, you peep and you see they have a gym, they have a very muscular man who is the coach, and they play your music there. So basically today you have put us on the stand also. The judiciary also has Supreme Court and Court of Appeal, they have a gym. For massage, they have music, which is also for your music when you go for massage. So we welcome that. You have woken all of us up and said, Now, concerning charging the importers of these gadgets, I tried to fight for that provision, but I lost. I'm sorry. I was unable to defend it effectively. So I retreated. So if you are now going to come and be behind me, then we can tulumbe again. Because I was asked a question I could not answer. Maybe Mercy can tell us, is there a country where that thing is being done? Yeah, so sometimes I had to retreat because I was really not able to defend myself in cabinet. So sometimes you run away so that you fight again tomorrow. Doesn't mean you're a coward. So even the president, our president believes in open borders. The policy of President Museveni really, if it was up to him, he would remove the borders. Haven't you heard him? Why do you want us to stop Tanzania bringing their rice? If your rice is not as good, why are you stopping Ugandans from buying Tanzanian rice? Even when we tell him that, those people, they get free fertilizers, they get this, says, no. Pan-Africanism. Amsabalwanyi, and so on. So, basically, I was not only fighting the cabinet, but also fighting the owner of the cabinet. the head. But we fought bravely. The URSB team that was there fought bravely. I now want to ask you people to I'm also giving you homework. Write an article and publish it. And you say the copyright, and that should be written by Joanita Kawalia. Your name should be, you are not the one going to write it alone. You choose a few people. An article can be written by more than one person. Because you are the people who are affected, and you are saying violating copyright has become easier because of this. So we should at least we get our share before you come and steal our copyright, which you know they are going to steal anyway. Because you are not going to stop it. They are going to steal it. So, sit down and write a short article, the owners of newspapers and so on, and defend it. For me, I will take it that you are happy with the bill, but you seem to think that we have brought the chicken, but the Nkokonkulu is missing. So you may say, isn't this a Karoli? That's why the Nkokonkulu has to be there. The gizzard must be in the plate. So speak for yourselves. But overall, let us support this bill. And as for Dr. Hilderman, the government did a good job to take over your bill because it has financial implications. You are now our partner in that. Because you showed leadership when you got permission to table the bill. So as the government, then we came and said, okay, thank you for declaring this war. Now let us lead the war. But you are still a general in that war. So we cannot, when the history will be written, it will be said that you are the one who put that spark there. Because you know what it is. So write that article and write exactly what you have said here. That the law does not implement itself. There is lack of political will. The other thing, of course, is sometimes these telecom companies and the big companies, they can influence decision makers because they have money. So some of these people, they lobby with money. You are only lobbying with your ideas. So now, if you have a campaign season and a decision maker says, oh, okay, I'm contributing this to your campaign. I'm just telling you the truth. This is a problem not only in Uganda, it is in every country. I think that's why Trump decided to bring billionaires to his government. He says, now, how much will you pay Elon Musk? He goes to USAID, he says, go home. The party is over. Can USAID say, I'm going to fund an NGO in your place? Wapi. The man can fund the entire USAID. So you need to mobilize the public, because when we have a choice between those who contribute financially to the political class and the people, usually we will jump on the side of the people. So the more noise you make, the better. So write that article, and there are some of you who are good writers. Just tell us that you insist and you are going to go to the parliamentary committee and you hope Parliament will come on your side. The president is persuadable many times. You remember he used to say he will never talk to the LRA. He swore, I can't talk to terrorists. But eventually he accepted and he talked to them. But you have to keep insisting. Mulemereko, that is really the only thing. If you are pushed, and for us, we Kulemera code. Yes, to use the proper English word. We Kulemera code. My minority report was defeated unanimously by Parliament. We were called rebels, but we kept coming back attacking. So the problem is not URSB. The problem is that government must have the courage to draw a line and say enough. Telecom, caller tunes, what? Pay these people. We must play our role. But start with that article, go to the media houses, talk about it. We can put aside some resources to support your outreach. to go and mobilize. We have some people from up country. Are there those from up country here? Okay, Butambala. Well, Mawokota is here. That's also up country. Yeah, all those. So I believe very strongly that the mindset of paying is important. It's like the mindset of giving tips in restaurants. People serve you, you know they are not paid well. They bring the change, you just fold it and pocket. In America, those who have lived in America, 10 to 15% has to be a tip of the bill. And it 20. Yes. It is a culture. We must realize that this is the life you have chosen. So we must make sure that you get the money. But it requires a tough government. And as long as I'm the Minister of Justice, I will keep pushing on your side. I have my record. I'm not afraid of taking tough, unpopular decisions, even if it is unpopular with powerful people. You have been to Gulu. You have seen what Gulu looks like. It is not by accident. We broke people's houses. We never paid compensation because when you build a road, there is a road reserve. So if you put your kiosk there, you must instead pay me for using government fuel to break your kiosk. Now that's the government I'm talking about. Not this one of negotiating. We condemned 105 buildings, starting with the one of my brother-in-law, Henry Okello Oryem. He was the first to be broken, and he's not a small man. He had to break it. He's now building one. We ordered the land board not to renew the leases of those whose houses we had condemned. And when the municipality was being populist and making noise, we used our powers under the Local Government Act and suspended the entire government of the municipality and took it over as a district for 1 year. We sent an assistant cow to be like a military governor of that. Now, that is what a government does. Now, people are happy. So when you go to Gulu, the roads have hierarchies. Walkways, bike lane, and then those who drive cars. So we will do our best to make sure that we are tough. Because when I hear Joanita talking, she's definitely tired of us. Yeah. And I just have to tell the cabinet that creatives, they are tired. They have accused us of impotence. Yeah, basically that's what you are telling us. That you are just chikangabana, a scarecrow, like you are standing there in the garden. Even the monkeys come and shake you a bit, and then they finish all the maize. That is the truth that I've heard. But the truth that you should hear is that take charge of this campaign. Write in the newspapers. Make noise, then you get the grease. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mao. I have nothing useful to add, Honorable. Thank you for that. A big round of applause to our panel. Can we just pause for a photo? And thank you all. You've been an awesome audience. I know there are so many other questions we haven't given chance to, but we are here. We should be able to have that discussion as we head out. I now hand over to Mark to give us what's next. Thank you.
But let's give another round of applause to our panelists that have done an amazing job, and as well to our moderator, Mr. Nabenda Dennis. Thank you so much for this session. And to our Honorable Minister, there are very few orators that are better than you. South of the Sahara, north of the Limpopo. I almost can't find any, but thank you so much as well. And also, in a special way, let's appreciate the legislators that are here, that have taken their time. This is a show of government will, that they also want to listen. And these are the people that you also elected and put into office, that they want to listen from you and also go back and implement all these things. So we appreciate you, our honorable members of parliament, for also being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been hearing about URSB starting something new. The directorate is starting. Who are these people? You may think it's just one person, two people, and it will be the same, more of the same. It's not that. So right now, we are going to go into that special event, and I'm going to invite our team leader as well, the Registrar General, to take us through this session to unveil the Department for Copyright and Neighboring Rights at Uganda Registration Services Bureau.
Thank you, our MCs, our moderators. As we come to a close, Honorable Minister, you made the creation of the Directorate of Copyright, which was initially a small unit within the Directorate of Intellectual Property. It has been manned by 3 people, but now with the creation of a department that is starting with 23 people, but with a big support from all staff of URSB, you're going to see a lot of changes. So this afternoon, I would like to invite the Director of Copyright and Neighboring Rights, Commissioner, Madame Nabatanzi, I'm still trying to come, and all staff of URSB, please assemble there, those who are branded. The staff of URSB that are branded, please come. On the other side. Commissioner should be just here in the middle. Yeah. Okay. So because this is a commitment we are renewing, and no leave for me space in the middle. Yes. This is a commitment we are making to the creative arts, and my brother from the film sector, for every copyright is for every sector of the creatives. So this is part of the team. And Honorable Minister, with humility, I invite you with the board chair, with the honorable members of parliament and members of the board, to stand this side. This is going to be ceremonial, that we are going to get the tools of power, which is the laws, and hand them over to myself and the Director of Copyright, so that we transfer and that power in terms of launching the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Department. Moderator, please come and speak to the microphone as we do this.
That is symbolic of handing over the instruments, giving you a home as creatives where you can always come. And once again, this is not just for musicians. This is for the filmmakers. This is for the visual artists. This is for the writers, the authors, the sculptors. This is your home. And we cannot wait for what is in store. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, we said we are in the Chivulu. We brought the cricket oval here. And just for accountability purposes, this is Nabatanzi Miriam. You can even come and say hi to your stakeholders as well.
Honorable Minister, Chairman, Board of URSB, Honorable Members of Parliament, Board members, Madam Registrar General, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's with happiness, honor, and humility that I step into the role of the Commissioner of Copyright and Neighboring Rights Registration. I look forward to working with all of you stakeholders, and together we are going to make a contribution to this industry. I thank you.
I think the next time, as the symbol of power, instruments of power, we'll get a copy of a movie. Officially licensed by Matt Bish. Officially. Thank you so much. And we're getting into our last segment of the day before we get into lunch. But finally, I just want to recognize and also appreciate the organizing committee that has put this together. Led by the chairperson, I don't know if he's around, Mr. Gilbert Agaba, our director, intellectual property. The members of the organizing committee, you could just stand. Actually, you could just come quickly in front, just so that the people see you, if that is okay. Mr. Gilbert Agaba, with your team. Please note that I am specifically calling him up because he is my boss, and appraisal is coming up soon. That's it. But this is the organizing committee. I know there's been a team as well. Mr. Lutunda over there working with the team as well, but this has been part of the team that has put this together and ensured that this day is a success. And we can all agree that we have enjoyed ourselves today, right? Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the organizing committee. Thank you. And because this is all about, it's a showcase of talent, a showcase of Ugandan talent, we are going to get into another performance by the Miss Navagre. But this time, this is a personal plea, Banangi. The speeches are done, the remarks are done, the formalities are done. Let's have fun. Because what is a celebration without fun? Yes, so let's have fun and let's welcome Miss Navagre to perform and give us her final performance as we close the day.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Cleo, good to see you. Shifa. Thank you for having me. This next song, I think, is called Ningomoroke. And it's intentional for the gentleman who said, Lubakolera nyoro n'oluyimba. So, Abame. Yeah. Kera kumuketa buli we buca obo negendereza obutagwa mu bunnya sandiragadde amanye mubegoro kuba guno mukwano guntuma gunjagaza yera kiba kizibu nnyo teebereza nti naye bw'atyo bwawulira URSB. Hey, oh, yeah. Tunulanga salaba, simanyi kikyanfudde abaye. Carlos. Linnya sirinya, tunulanga salaba, simanyi, yeah. Subira kuba naye omudda sisubira yansingira abalala kuba omukwano akola atya alina engeri gyazitoya amaaso akubako limu bangali ku muliro nga naye sijja ono mulezi mwotanyumira Oh, these flowers? Hey. Wanji? Now you're back with flowers. Kane wane kuwomu tufuya tute empeteriwa. Kameno yo kubabalala bona. CJ, yeah. Zeka mwewe yo mutima. Hey. Kansule tende fumbe. Era nywere makazi ye wono. Siripa yamala wo sichasawo yeah. Thank you. Hey baba me DJ. DJ. Abaye. Njagala kulira maloboozi. Yo. Ningomologe. Oh, God, salawai. Semanya chinchangode. Sirinya. Oh, God, salawai. Huh? Ningomologe. Hey, Cindy. Thank you for coming through. All right. Kana kaddako omukyala agamba alibeera ogwo tebajja mugattako no more. So this is the song, eh? Let's go. Genzikiza enzibe amaaso ow'omukwano simanyi n'olugendo. Bannaye abakyala be mulese ewaka mbadde mbaweereza obubaka buno bubatuukeko. Wanje? Genzikiza enzibe amaaso ow'omukwano yandageko netwakuweeri simanyi kye ndaga n'olugendo natuuka buli lwabulawo mbange alwazizza omuwere nsula ntudde okutuusa lwalidde emmeeme nagikakanya oba libeerani lwoli mulabako emitima nanazako bwomu nga yenze bulamu we gyali awulira mwoyo omu anawanirira omutima gwange uno yoyo yegwesuno pambatira mperekera ontuse nonyoyo kalungi yegombesa yoyo wegonjewa weweeta muline wesumulula yasobola teyawakana yebusobozi yomumpanguza embeera yonna yeyeka aliwoyo nonyoyo obaliberani lwoli mulabako emitima nanazako bwomu nga yenze bulamu bwe gyali asuubira anawanirira omutima gwange uyo yoyo omwoyo gwakalosa akasufu alibeera omujowani tokyanoonya baneeta kyanoonya noonya URSP mutuufu URSP gyanoonya. Oli kibuyaga eri abalabe ababa mushunya zitowererwa ebinumba naye rose bapewuse mukwano gukomete ogwa babiri tekusangibwa buli wamu wano kuwa USP omutonzi yabakonyemu ngakkiriza kubeere okulubeerera USP. Give it up for the USP right now. Mwebale kuja, it's been a beautiful experience. Yeah. Chimanya libero moyo gosubira nawanirira omutima gwange omoyo gwakalosa akasufo alibero moyo DJ chimanya alibero moyo RSP gasubira anawanirira omutima gwo babano bebo URSP moyo gwekalosa akasufo yeah alibero moyo. Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, URSB, for having us
very
this
much
evening.
to our
Thank you
own
for everyone that
artists.
has come through.
As we close, ladies and gentlemen, we have lunch for you. Please just be patient. This marks the end of the ceremony. This marks the end of a beautiful celebration of the World Intellectual Property Day, and we commit that we are going to deliver much better. Thank you so much. All the very best. You're invited to lunch.
So lunch is on level 1. Level 1, yes, the level below. And yes, and we have ushers that will be directing you to level 1 in the cafeteria. Thank you so much for being a part of the World Intellectual Property Day celebrations.